Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Thursday, April the 2nd. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Can I get a quick sound check, please? All right. Well, guys, there's so much to talk about this morning. Obviously, the lead has to be LK. You know, it's funny. I saw this right here. I saw this. I wonder what's happening here. All I could see immediately was some lawsuits against him. Yeah, whatever. And then all of a sudden I saw the news. So yeah, horrible fraud allegations against LK. You know, I've been around a long time. I've seen a lot of things. I can't remember the last time I saw devastation like this in such a short period of time. I mean, that is just incredible. Stock sitting at $26, $27, no inkling whatsoever that this was going to happen, and crashes all the way down to 3 something. So that is one big wow. So with that in mind, what else is happening? Well, we've got an oil play today for sure. Oil's up, at least when I first saw it, it was up about 10%, trying to easing the tensions between Saudis and Russia. So oil is on the rise. The tankers are suffering because of that, of course. Stocks like FRO and EURN, I'm sure there are other ones, but those are a couple that I saw this morning. EURN and FRO suffering now because of the potential easing of the rift. And then we get stocks like MRO popping. I mean, there are a lot of oil plays, but let's take a look at maybe our favorite one from the last few days, SU. So SU is just about at the yesterday's high. The other one was CNQ. So there will be a lot of oil plays today. And then the jobless numbers came out. So, I mean, man, oh man, we had a ton of news this morning. Jobless numbers or the unemployment insurance applications came out, I guess, 6.6 million. I think that's the number. So obviously not good news there. I'm not sure what the estimate was, but anyway, the SPY was up at the beginning. We're probably just about flat or slightly negative now. Yeah, we're slightly negative now in the SPY. I do not foresee good things today with the SPY. So what else is happening? Of course, we've got a lot of virus news, mRNA. And I got a shout out from Dr. Fauci yesterday saying this could be a game changer, mRNA. So that is gapped up, but it just doesn't want to hold its gaps. It's been an incredible, erratic looking trader. Very, very erratic. Look at that daily chart. That's horrible. WBA is at, wow, I was just going to say it was an earnings play was up. Now WBA is down. Western Walgreen Boots Alliance, WBA is really now starting to gap down. This is a big one, guys, right now. Look what it's taking out on the daily chart and the weekly and the monthly. WBA, guys, this could be a real bad one, really bad one. It's funny because it was up this morning pre-market, and it is an earnings play, but reality setting in. BMRA gapped up. Kind of call it a joint venture with Mount Sinai in New York regarding the virus play. And by the way, guys, if you can't see my screen, if you're new and you cannot see my screen, I'm going to be probably having to say this all day long. Click on the tech support tab, and basically you need to be using Chrome as your browser, and go to the settings, the Chrome browser settings, disable or scroll down to where you see advanced. Click advanced, scroll down, and you have to disable your hardware accelerator, shut down the browser, and load it again. Getting to IO, I do see IO as a gap. IO is one of the last ones I did see. No, I just think it's popping because of oil. Okay, it's just a general oil play. I don't say anything specific about IO. You know, oil is. They did actually say that they foresee a big jump in Q1 revenues. So there is some news on it. Plus, it's in the sector that looks like it's going to be popping this morning, at least to begin with. I don't. This looks like a preliminary because April 29th. Now I did read. Somebody pointed out that yesterday. A lot of companies are going to be delaying earnings, and certainly I don't think there. I don't think any company. I shouldn't say any. Very few are going to offer any guidance. But the SEC, I think, has granted a leave, temporary leave of or a stay of when companies are going to be having to release earnings. Yeah, if you click on our news right there, Cindy. See right there, foresees a big jump in Q1 revenues. We have the news right there. Yeah, the SPY is really selling now. Yeah, it's too bad. We had a little bit of a positive action overnight with the futures and looked interesting this morning, maybe, but not anymore. I mean, the unemployment insurance applications or the employment insurance, excuse me, insurance applications came out this morning, 6.6 million. So let me take a look at some of the other things that are happening. NEPT, sort of an interesting little press release from these guys. They're talking about creating hand sanitizers from plant-based products. NEPT, if you've been following this one in the past, you know this is a cannabis play. I think they're out of Canada, yeah, Laval. So, but now they're suggesting, and I think they've gotten the Health Canada authorization. Now they're looking for FDA approval, and that is for plant-based hand sanitizers. And let's see what else is happening. APDN, gapped up. So guys, I'm going to have to get my record count down to a more manageable number here. I'm going to slow down my system. Okay, APDN, so that's gapped up. Another virus play. Low float, 2.9 million in the float. And AMRN continues to try to come back a little bit. I think I read something where the CEO is actually talking about selling. A sale makes sense, quote unquote. ET. ET, another energy play, gapping up, small one, but 2.2 billion in the float. 45 day, okay. Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure why they would even delay, to be honest with you. I mean, I can see if they wanted to really try to figure out guidance, but other than that, I mean, the numbers are in. They're going to be in. To me, it just means no real guidance. How can anybody guide next quarter? It's really down, guys. ZM is really down here. Down $9. Basically, the CEO pretty blatantly honest. They weren't ready for the usage surge. So ZM is really down. Here's a little company that is a ring. Here's CEI, 5 million in the float. CEI, again, petroleum, energy sector guys. CEI popping here. Very, very low float. APOP. Another one that is popping. Got to be a virus play, I'm sure. Actually, new patent. I don't know about anything about China right now, but new patent in China. New patent allowance in China. That is the news on APOP. And talking about some of the tankers, FRO gapping down, I guess, and that's actually interesting. It's through the 200, no, yeah, sorry, it is through the 200-day moving average now. FRO through the 200-day moving average. WBA continues its gap down after an initial spurt pre-market, released earnings pre-market, looked good. Big level for it to try to hold if it's going to. If it doesn't, I mean, there's no support really for a while. On that monthly chart, the low is 40.52. So let me just back this out on the monthly chart. Yeah, I mean, I'm going back to 2013. I mean, so there's really, in my opinion, there's no support for WBA if it cracks down to 40. Again, I don't mean it's going to continue down or anything like that, but it's just a big gap down on the daily, weekly, and the monthly chart for WBA. And it is one of the few earnings plays. And how could I not talk about CCL, NCLH? Look at CCL. It's almost an all-time low. Looks like the all-time low was 790 about 2 weeks ago. It's at 793 right now for CCL. All right, let me see what Goldman Sachs has for upgrades and downgrades this morning. I'm sure there are a ton. That's why I'm only looking at those. Just there are too many to type in, so I just want to do a little check to see if they've got anything that might be interesting. It's amazing. There's a ton of upgrades and a ton of downgrades. All right, let me see if I can find some of the Goldman Sachs ones. Oil, guys. Energy plays today. Yeah, so there are a few of the upgrades from Goldman Sachs. EURN continues down, guys. Tanker. Okay, I see Goldman's got two, anyway, at least two of the home builders, TOL and LEN, and AMH. So they're very, very bearish on the home builders, guys. TOL, LEN, and AMH, I'm noticing this morning. CCL is shortable at Interactive Brokers. Okay, I'm just looking at NCLH. It took forever. It seemed to really crack down through 10. Maybe today's the day. Yeah, I just have to discard this MRNA. It's just too hard to trade intraday anyway. I mean, look at the look how messy this is on a daily and a weekly, even a monthly chart. Huge topping tails, bottoming tails. Yeah, CYDY is having some activity right now. Low float, 3.2 million in the float. It's at a high last month. Oh, we're only 2 days into April, but 353. So that was last week, 353. Low float, 3.2 million in the float. All right, guys, and as always, if you want to follow my watch list up and down and the repeating, basically you just have to go to the toolbar, click on New, and click on the channel bar, and click my windows, Barry's windows right there. Remember, everything in a channel bar, in the channel bar is a layout, so make sure you save your layout to the cloud before you do this. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. Then you can follow along. You can always take these windows and save them to the cloud. Reload your layout, bring the windows back from the cloud, and then resave your layout with them in if that's what you want to do. And have I turned them on? Yeah, I've turned them on, so I will be auto trading them. I'll start at no earlier than 10 o'clock. I have a 30-minute delay on these two. So you'll see nothing in these two until at least 10 o'clock. Not saying anything will happen right at 10, but try to let things settle down just a little bit. I saw that, Grumpy. You're getting better. All right, just checking to see if anything else is sneaking in here. So I've talked about IO, APOP, NEPT, CHAP is too small. CEI, definitely one to keep an eye on. I mean, energy play, just a really small one, only 5 million. And they actually have, okay, they have, well, whatever they're going to be releasing next week in theory. Okay, yeah, okay, PVAC, 50 million in the float, up 28%. What do these guys do? Again, yeah, so it's another energy play. We're going to see a lot of the energy plays. Yeah, you know, I actually had DYNT on the watch list, but look what's happening to it. Well, maybe trying to come back. I had it on the watch list. It had a huge move after hours yesterday, all the way up to 158. I mean, it was moving a little bit and then surge as the market closed. Kept going after hours. But it really, I mean, it's just not not a lot. This is not a confidence booster. When you see something like this, though, 140, 159 all the way down to 95. It's just a huge percentage decrease. And CYDY. Just one moment, please. All right, sorry about that. It sort of cracks me up. I mean, we get all the halts when the so-called quote-unquote market opens. Now, when does the market open really? Yes, okay, officially 9:30, but I mean, obviously there's lots and lots of activity hours before then. So when the market opens, if something like this was happening, of course it would get halted several times. But for some reason, pre-market, they just don't halt, either on the downside or the upside. I'm not sure what the rationale is on that. I'm sure somebody might know, but I don't know what the rationale is. I mean, the market's the market. All right, let me just get rid of this window right there. Pre-market activity. Lots and lots of energy plays, guys. Actually, this is an airline. South American airline, GOL. Now, I would think that there's going to be, I mean, a lot of pressure on a lot of other China stocks. So here's the PDD. I mean, this is not LK, of course, but probably going to be a lot of pressure on a lot of these China stocks. So there's the 200-day moving average for PDD. So it's getting closer, 32.93. Less than $1 away for PDD. Now we have a China channel, so you might want to even tune into that. Excuse me, new channel bar. And where are you? I know it's here somewhere. There it is. There's the China channel. So if you click on that, you're going to see a lot of the China stocks. I'm sure there's going to be some sympathy shorts. And the market's open in less than 30 right now, 30 seconds. So, well, let's try to have a good day, guys. I mean, it's going to be wild. We've got energy. We've got the market is well, the market actually is trying to move back just a little bit here. We've had the insurance numbers, 6.6 million applied. That's the official number. And of course, we got LK, and we got energy popping. So, and here we go, guys. We are now open. Give me a second here. Okay, now Fro is actually having a little pop. Big volume that just came into Fro, FRO. And as usual, I typically do not trade the first 15 minutes anyway. And I'm sure we're going to get a lot of halts right to start. Yeah, so there's LK actually LK got halted on the way up, if you can believe it. So, excuse me, LK just got halted on the way up. And that is a volatility halt, so if you're in it, don't have to worry yet that it's going to be delisted or anything like that. It's funny, I did look at this at 4. I thought it was 401, 403. I thought, I wonder. Take 100 shares just to see. I didn't do it though. All right, guys. So actually, some of the tankers, let's see EURN, see if it's popping also. EURN, not really. So Fro is popping a little bit. So some of the movers in the pre-market are not continue. Well, APOP is okay. APOP is definitely continuing. Yes, this is sort of I don't know, a heck of a day to come out with news that they received a new patent allowance in China, but market is shrugging off all the other China stuff. So I guess why not? And it's a low float, super low float, guys. This is why this sort of stuff can happen. APOP. Yeah, it was halted too. IO was halted. Don't know. I mean, I can't answer why it opened so low, but it's a sort of a pseudo earnings play. NCLH, guys. Okay, this is starting to a little bounce off the bottom. Yeah, look at the volume that came in. 10 million shares. I mean, it's a big float, but still, 10 million shares just poured in. And that's for CCL. Well, when APOP opens, it looks like, let's see now, what did it close at? 283. Just checking. Now, WBA, are you moving higher? Or, wow, WBA, guys, this is now listen, it did hit I don't know if topping tail is true, but anyway, if it is, it did get back up to 41.24. So I'd be a little wary right now. It's trying to figure out which way it wants to go, WBA. But if it takes out 40 in a big way, I mean, there's really no support for WBA. I don't know if there's. Um, well, I don't know exactly. I mean, this is what my time in sales looks for LK. Okay, that's what it looks like right now. Oops, sorry, I changed. So I suppose, but it looks good. I mean, it looks like it's going to open at 6. Well, that's my time in sales, so maybe level 2. I don't know on Halta stocks. I really don't pay that much attention to it. I'm more interested in to see what the bid ask looks like. Yeah, Rite Aid is on the way down here. RAD. I don't know if it's in sympathy with WBA. Keep an eye on WBA. I'm just going to stick an alert at the low right there, 39.79. See if it takes it out later. Well, the fact that it's up at all, I'm not saying it's a miracle. I mean, remember the last employment numbers or employment application when they came in, I thought at the high side and the market just absolutely rallied. All right, so IO now, okay, so it's open, or it was open. It just got halted again. So it resumed, and then it got halted again, IO. APOP is open, and wow, what a move. Receives new patent allowance in China. It's not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Wow, ZM continues down, guys. Pretty transparent what the CEO said. Hey, we just weren't ready for the usage surge. So I think there were some security issues and all. This was ZM, of course. Been huge player. But look at this. I mean, what a gap down now for ZM. ZM. Wow, continues higher. I'm seeing 605, 606 for LK. So congratulations, those of you who gutted it out. If this is a 5-minute halt, this will open 9:30. Well, this is going to be a 10-minute halt. So this is going to be at least a 10-minute halt, guys, for LK. It got halted at 9:31, 21 seconds after 9:31. So if it's a 10-minute halt, it'll be 9:40, 21 seconds after 9:41. Okay, one moment, please. read the news, Booyah. Just do a search on the news for Lucky. You'll see exactly what it is. Look at Amarin, guys. Wow, big pop for Amarin. AMRN. Basically fraud, huge fraud allegations. AMRN. So the CEO kind of said, hey, maybe we should be selling ourselves. Also, I see that Cowen bullish, potential for a $20 share. No, I didn't say it was fraud. It was LK I was talking about. Yeah, it was a patent loss for AMRN. Well, KBH is on the move here, and I saw at least three home builders were downgraded by Goldman this morning. See what LAN is doing. All right. Well, the SPY is, putting in 2 green bars right now so far. There's just before the market opened, and right here, that's the first 15-minute candle. Well, again, congratulations, guys. Those of you who took the LK. Wow. And this is really recovering. I mean, it's all relative. Recovering from $4. And halted again. Halted again. LK halted again. APOP continues. Look at that float, 1 million. Not shortable for me anyway, at Interactive Brokers. So again, nothing will appear in my watch list up and down until at least 10 o'clock. Nothing from AI yet. All right, well, WBA is actually moving off 40. It's an earnings play. As I said, the initial reaction to earnings was positive. There's the pre-market right there. Then just as the market is beginning to open, and all of a sudden it just slid. All right, so much for plant-based sanitizers. NEPT, that was their big news this morning. All right, let's see this one in the pre-market. NVTA, so it's trying to climb back here. NVTA, oh my gosh, APOP, just insane. I'm assuming you must have shorted it then, probing one. Yeah, the energy plays have not moved higher once the market opened. Okay, so the only reason this moved up higher, in theory, the Saudis and Russia are maybe trying to come to some kind of an agreement. So I think crude popped about 10%. So a lot of the pre-market activity that I saw were all based on oil energy plays, but certainly no continuation yet. Well, cash, it depends. If it's been halted on the way up, it's not bad. If it's been halted on the way down, yeah, you're in it, obviously. But okay, okay. My happy dog beside me. Okay. All right, guys. IO is right back up now. It's crazy trading, very crazy trading. I'd be very careful on this one. It is a low float, 12 million in the float, 12.8 million in the float. I call this a pseudo earnings play because they've come out with guidance and all that, or they preliminary. I guess it's preliminary. They're foreseeing a big jump in Q1 revenues. It's got to be one of the only companies saying something like that. But certainly is an very erratic trader right now. Oh, I thought the shortable sign just flashed in with IB with APOP, but no, not shortable. For me anyway, not shortable, APOP. All right, EQ&R, energy play, starting to move down. And again, like a lot of these energy plays, way up in the pre-market, but starting to give it up. A lot of them just absolutely giving that up. In fact, let me just see if there's any energy play that's up. So we have BPT, CVI, PBF. I mean, this is still up, but it's sinking. So guys, I'm really just kind of waiting for 10 o'clock to see what sort of alerts I get from my watch list. Yeah, congratulations. I mean, I did not do it. I think it was actually in the pre-market. I was looking at this and it must have been the pre-market because I saw like a 401, 403 bid ask. I thought, just take 100 shares at 403. And I just didn't do it. I almost have to put this on my do not look at, do not try to trade list. This mRNA is just crazy. I mean, what I saw this morning is, the doc comes out and says this whatever they're trying to develop could be the game changer that's needed with the vaccine. It just doesn't want to hold. Not at all. So choppy. Yeah, exactly, Chris. You're right. I mean, 229 million in the float. You would think it would calm down somewhat. So I just obviously don't understand it well enough. I mean, I try not to let the news seduce me into getting involved in a trade, but it just doesn't make a lot of sense to me. So I'm just going to have to forget about it. Ah, yes. Remember these heady days? No, actually, right back here for wow, almost a $600. I mean, it's crazy, but it's for a $600 stock, only 74 million in the float. Way back here, of course, that was just before it all started to come apart. I know you mentioned that SINT yesterday, SINT. Yeah, well, we'll see. I'll put just for you, Randall. I know you talked about it yesterday. I'll put a little price alert, say around 55 cents. Okay, well, hopefully, wow. Yeah, it's halted again. I'm seeing 875 on the bid ask. Well, it's interesting. My alerts have dried up. I'm not getting any more new alerts right now. Just waiting on. I really am interested in the WBA. I have an alert set down here. It's only down 6%, so it may not be hard to get shorts if it does crack through 40. I think probably need the market maybe to be moving down also, but it's only down 6%. I'm seeing, well, I'm seeing 899, 899. That's what I see. 899, 899. I think what you're if you're looking at IB, I see what you're talking about. It says bid 1003, but I never trust that one. I always look at the time at my time and sales right there. I know, guys, it seems like an eternity for half an hour to go by before I start getting my alerts, but I don't know if you guys were in the room later on in the day. What a tremendous short the watch list took on TBIO. I mean, it just, look at this. It just kept dropping, dropping, dropping. Okay, guys, there's WBA now underneath. Ah, I missed my entry on WBA. Let's see if this holds or has a little pop up. Okay, maybe I'm looking to short this WBA. Well, it's popping up again, so I'll have to wait on it. Yeah, it's still a little erratic. It's now it's trying to actually get above 40 again. So I tried to get the short at 39.85, but it moved right down to 39.60. Now it's coming back up. It's got, yeah, well, Cash, it's got nothing to do with trade ideas. You know, I have Interactive Brokers as my brokerage platform, and that's just what. And I'm sure Fidelity has the same thing. It's time and sales. So it's got nothing to do with. It's got nothing to do with trade ideas. What I was showing. VRNT. Well, there's no volume, so I mean, I couldn't look at that right now. There's no volume in it yet. Only 53,000 shares. So I'd be reluctant to do anything with this right now till the volume picks up, especially on a short. Also, I mean, I'm looking at the daily. I mean, yesterday's low was 35, which is not bad. I mean, obviously, if it got down there from 36, it'd be great, but I just don't see a huge advantage right now. CEI, what are you doing? See, okay, now CEI, low float, guys. CEI making a new high, almost at the pre-market highs. This is again, I'm going to call it. It's an energy play. Super low float, 5 million in the float. I'm watching that WBA. I want to see. I might take it if it gets back down to 51. I'll probably take it on a short. See, the only thing that concerns me about the short is the reaction in the pre-market. That's the only thing that concerns me. Oh, CEI ripping here now, guys. Look at the volume that has come in. Only 5 million in the float. What sort of room does this have? Yeah, probably 2 will stall it more than likely. I'm waiting to see if WBA can get back down to 39.50. It gets that back to 39.50, I'll probably take the short. I'm just kind of watching the way it's trading right now, right around that area. Again, the only thing that concerns me is the pop it had in the pre-market based on earnings. So, plus the market is not really dropping that much. So you know my plan, guys. All right, guys, I took it. So she got 52, 39.52. I'm in on the short, but it's still not. It's still not wanting to really collapse here. I'll quickly put it in. So I may be getting out almost immediately. Yeah, I'm out. I'm out, guys. That's what I was afraid of, a little bit afraid of, because of that move in the pre-market. I wasn't convinced. Now, if it moves back down again, I might get interested again, but all right, it's 10 o'clock, so no alerts yet. No alerts yet for anything. Wow, look at LK. Gosh. I stared at that 403 for 20 seconds. Well, no, not 20 seconds. It wasn't there for 20 seconds for a long time. And I guess it's halted again, isn't it? 9:59. Yeah, so this is halted again. I don't think there's any limit to the number of halts, Chris. We've seen stocks that have been halted, 10, 15 times. No, it's not. Doesn't happen often, but something like this, I can see it being halted, 10 times today. If it continues to do this. Yeah, for whatever reason, there are no halts in the pre-market. I don't quite understand the logic of it, but that's just the way it is. Still no alerts, so won't get an alert. So what has to happen is say CEI. Yeah, we would have to take out that high. So no alerts for my watch list. You can't. Listen, I mean, I cannot. I would not consider doing anything with LK right now. Anything can happen. I mean, it looks awesome right now on the bounce, of course, but and there it is. Might get halted again immediately. Spectacular recovery. However, watch out now, guy. I mean, if you're long this, watch out now. No, I took W. I'm answering a guy in RKD in the YouTube feed. No, I took that as a short. And there's the halt. No, it's not halted. Not halted yet, is it? Yeah, just got halted on the way down, guys. So LK just got halted on the way down. So what's the market doing? Market is just kind of resting right now. Up modestly, basically flat. Market is kind of flat. So it is shrugged off so far those applications, employment insurance applications. It shrugged it off so far. Okay, let's take a look at some of these energy plays that I thought might, okay, so SU was holding. You got as high as 1729. Was that pre-market? Yeah, it was right when the market opened. So, oh, that's a lot. Sorry, that's just before the market opened, and then it dropped. All right, now this is teasing me again. WBA is teasing me again. All right, I'm sticking an alert at the low of the day for WBA. See if it takes that out. If it does, I might take the short again. Because there's no support. And it's an earnings play. I mean, it's the only reason I'm doing this, because it's an earnings play. So I know it's going to be active all day. Schlumberger, guys. On the way up here, another energy play. SLB. I see Halliburton is up also. Halliburton's trying to crawl back up here. Over the whole number. High in the pre-market was 720. I mean, obviously a lot of these have got so much room if they want to continue. Nothing in my watch list. Interesting. Okay. Nothing at all. Yeah, much ado about nothing on this one. NEPT. Making hand sanitizers out of a plant-based product. Of course, this is a cannabis play, really. So what does that mean? You can eat them after you use them? I don't know. Okay, guys, look at this now. This is a nice move for the SPY. Very encouraging here. That's a great move for the SPY. And that 15-minute chart. We have now, let's see if it can take out the high right there. There's the pre-market highs. I'm going to just stick an alert there. Okay, I was actually looking at this as a potential short EQNR, but looks like these energy plays are starting to move higher. Okay, guys. So listen, I hope anybody who took this one, I hope you got out of it. I mean, LK now is really starting to slide now. Two halts on the way down. Okay, so far nothing really shaking from the AIs today. We've had three alerts, but nothing really has moved. This is the first, guys. I haven't seen my watch list not generate anything for this long. I mean, again, I have a delay till 10 o'clock anyway, but typically, within about 5 minutes at least. Sometimes you get the alert right at 10 o'clock, but nothing's happening yet. It's a nice move by the SPY. Look at that. Look at the size of that candle so far on the 15-minute chart for the SPY. So again, the employment insurance applications released this morning. There was the initial reaction. Gap down 6.6 million. It looks like that's what the number came in at. Again, market shrugging it off. It's not Holly. No, it's we have a halts resume. It's nothing to do with Holly. We have a halts resume alert window where you okay. We can't trade it right now. Well, I shouldn't say that. I have no idea. It means you can't trade it right now. It's halted. By the way, guys, if you're new to the room and you can't see my screen or it's sort of blurry in the bottom half, there is a fix. Basically, and if you click on the tech support tab, you can find that. You have to use Chrome as your browser. You have to go to your browser settings. And the ultimate goal is to disable the hardware accelerator, close down your browser and reload it, and that should cure it, okay? That's only if you can't see the screen, the bottom half. Okay, so you see it did take this one. This is in the simulator, okay? It took it, but I'm gonna have to see where's the stop. It actually got stopped out immediately. So too whippy still. APOP is just too whippy still, but it's trying to come back. This is in the simulator, okay? Oh, I guess it didn't stop out. It's still open. Okay, so it didn't stop out. It didn't quite get to 388. So it's trying to come back. This is in the simulator. I'm going to go over a lot of this at around 10:30, how this actually happened. I'm using the Brokerage Plus. I have it in simulation mode. And it's auto trading the entries of anything that happens in the watch list up or down. Okay, guys, as you know, I don't display the AI until maybe way after the fact. Not fair for those who pay for the premium service. But the 1011 alert definitely caught my eye. And I actually took that one, not right at the entry price, a little bit later. And that's for the 1011 AI alert. Yeah, it's probably the cat out of the bag now, but normally it's 5 minutes, yes. Usually it's a 5 minute halt, but then it will be increments of 5 minutes. And I have no explanation for why some halts are 10, even 15. The absolute majority are going to be 5 minutes. I'm just waiting now on that one that I took from the AI. See if it can crack the whole number. Okay, APOP just popped right back up. Okay, try to get the caps off, Henry, 89.79. Caps only for the stock symbol. Makes it a lot easier for us. Okay, thank you. All right. Well, the simulator weathered the storm. Didn't quite hit the stop. So still in the trade on the simulator. Yeah, it depends on the halt. Yeah, but I think he was talking about a volatility halt. If it's the volatility halt, it's increments of 5 minutes. Yeah, if it's a news halt, I mean, it could be in theory halted forever. Depends on what the news is. I'm just waiting on that one from the AI to see if it can crack that whole number. Yes, YouTube user, yes. So you can go to, you're talking about this one, right? The up and down and the repeating. If you click on the toolbar and click on new from the toolbar and then channel bar, I'm answering somebody in YouTube, and click on my windows, all right? That's a channel within the channel bar. Now, but remember everything in the channel bar is a layout, so make sure you save your layout to the cloud first before you do that, okay? Yeah, I should have got out of this. I mean, this is just too whippy. Should have got out of this on that pop. You know, again, I always say take this is in the simulator. You know, a $51 gain turning into a $125 loss. Shouldn't do that. Okay, well, obviously you guys know that I'm in this one, okay? And that's from the AI. The alert was at 25.41. There was the alert to short 25.41, 24.95 now. I'm not in right at 25.41. I waited just a bit. Now there's some support probably fairly close, 24.60-ish or so. So I'm going to take some out. I've already covered some. Okay, I'm just going to put in my levels here for the cube where I got in. 25.32. That's close enough. This is for my video later on, and covered some right underneath the 25. Okay, TEL. What about TEL? I don't know. It's a huge float for a $1 stock. 139 million in the float for a $1 stock. I mean, it's in. I guess it's in the right sector. I just have a tough time with a $1 stock having 139 million in the float. It's not really trading abnormally either. You know, that relative volume is 0.7, so it's not even trading what I'll call normally. Now, doesn't mean it can't run. I mean, it's obviously getting more attractive, I suppose, over a dollar. The high looking left is $1.11. So I guess if it could take out $1.11, it might be somewhat bullish, but I just can't get too interested in a $1 stock with that much in the float. Oh, I'm not in APOP. This is only in my simulator, okay? I did not take APOP, Stacia. Or Stacia. How do you read the relative volume with the day's volume? Well, the relative volume is just and sometimes it'll be really, really skewed. But, I mean, that's telling you, that's 100, I mean, this one, APOP, 127 times normal up to this time of the day. Okay? Now, it's a little more involved than that. I can actually give you a specific definition of how our relative volume is calculated. If I can find it. There is a specific definition, okay, of how the relative volume is, but sort of in a nutshell is what it normally does up to this point of the day, so 1025, it's 127 times normal. That's basically what the relative volume is all about. Yeah, no kidding. ZM just popped off the lows there. $10. Good for you. Okay, for APOP, I will probably take a look at it again if it takes out 430. Not again, but in my real account. 435. All right, guys, I'm all out of that one that I took. I'm all out of the cube, okay? Nothing fantastic. I was in at 25.32. I covered some at 24.97, and then the last bit at 25.08 average, okay? So I'm all out of the cube. Still kind of interested in the WBA, especially if I'd like to see the market on my side a little bit. The WBA, if it takes out 39.50, I might re-enter that short. Okay, I'm really keeping an eye on this sum. I'm not in this in my, this is just in the simulator, okay? Cats, C-A-T-S, cats, on the way up here. Not very much volume yet, but it's a low float, 7 million in the float. 10 times normal though, relative volume. What's the spread like? Actually, it's a good spread too. Only a penny for CATS. I might just have to forget about WBA. It's just kind of cruising around here. Now, CUK guys, again, if you have the AI, you know what I'm looking at. No, so YouTube user, I'm talking to somebody in the YouTube stream. No, there are various ways that the AI gets out of trades. One is, if there is a target. So you'd have to check the individual strategies to see if there's actually a target. I look at the target as being very, very general. I mean, sometimes the target is $1 away. So it's not scientific, okay? That's one way. The next way is on a time stop. So except for Holly Neal, which can literally run all day, a lot of them have time stops. So they're only like 45-minute holds, 60-minute holds, 2-hour holds, whatever. So regardless of what the stock is doing, it'll get out. Another one is on a profit save. Let's say the stock popped and then it starts moving down. The algorithm will click in and get out of the trade. Okay, guys, there's MRO. So there are various ways. It's not a trailing stop, no. Various ways that the AI gets out of a trade. All right, MRO, big float, 795 million in the float. Of course, this is an energy play. So as the market is moving up, anything that's short is going to be suspect. Okay, that's why, So I'm watching this, and as the market is moving up, and this is obviously very affected cement manufacturing. So I mean, if the market starts moving up, this could rally. So as I've said before, if you get something in the watch list down, but the market starts moving up, these can be good bounce plays. So I'm just going to watch this one. So if I, treat this like it's your real money. I mean, obviously I should pay way more attention to something like this. You're up 51. You cannot let it turn into a 125 loss. And look how rapidly it went down. So even though, and I'm going to show you, wow, it's 10:30 already. I'm going to show you that, I'm trying to minimize my loss to $100. BNO, guys, BNO, popping here. Okay, there's the oil fund. BNO, United States Brent Oil Fund. BNO popping. So along with USO, is all the look at BNO. So keep an eye on these energy plays. That is going to really pop a lot of the energy plays. SU, and there's the SPY on the way up. Hallelujah. So I'm exiting this one, okay? Because with the SPY moving up on a short, and unless it's a stock that has specific news, which I don't think it does, it's just down because of the overall market. But you can absolutely see how a lot of these are going to bounce if the market does this. It's a great move. Look at this. I mean, a great move for the market. So next week when the when those employment, I don't even know what to call it, application, I want to call it unemployment insurance applications. But anyway, when they come in, the market is just shrugging them off. I mean, I guess if it was 100 million, it wouldn't, but it was 6.6 million. The market just shrugged it off. There was an initial reaction right there. Actually, it was right there. Okay, there was the initial reaction. I think they were released around 8:30 Eastern time. So there was the initial reaction, continued down. But look at this. Okay, one moment, please. Okay, sorry about that, guys. So this is another one, guys. ET. Call home. ET, another one, little energy play. So we got a couple of these little energy plays. What's the float for ET? So again, they're huge floats. Okay, so it's going to take something to move them. What's CEI doing? As an example, and that's one that has such a low float. It's not rallying yet. I mean, it had a big pop. It's a low float. You can see, I mean, if it wants to tag along with what's happening with some of these other energy plays. SU on the move here. Well, guys, listen, it's 10:34, so this is when I typically start talking about links, and I'm going to talk about our AI. I'm going to talk about Brokerage Plus. So first of all, big welcome to the room. Anybody who's brand new to the room today, welcome. This is the format every day. I'm open from 9 to 3, Monday to Friday, Eastern time, of course, sharing my screen live on the mic. I'm also have a YouTube feed going. My part in YouTube is from 9 to about 11:55. And then one of the other traders/trainers at Trade Ideas takes over from 12 to 1. And then I resume from 1 to 3. Okay, that's kind of the format with the YouTube channel. The YouTube channel is the same. It's just not as much interactive with traders, that's all, or interactivity with traders. But you see my screen and you can hear me. Look at SU, guys. SU. Well, our energy plays. United States gasoline. Boy, the market's really rallying on that news, I guess. Certainly not on the 6.6 million. So if you are a Trade Ideas subscriber, I'm sharing a lot of scans. So if you find the scans the other thing I want to mention is that if you can't see the bottom half of my screen where it's kind of blurry, there is a fix. Have to be using Chrome as your browser. Look at Walgreens now, WBA, rallying with the market, WBA. Guys, look at ET. Okay, there's your tell guy. Okay, and somebody wanted to talk about tell. That's an energy play. So I mean, with energy rallying today, it's a big float, 139 million. And meanwhile, on the way down are the tankers, EURN, and probably Fro is on the way down. Of course, the tankers were alive because there had to be some place to store all the oil. So anyway, that's what's happening. So we've got digression. Tankers down, oil up. And there we go. There's the Fro short. Now again, I'm not going to pay that much attention to this. I'm going to start, but if you were doing this in the simulator, you've got to pay attention, okay? Treat it like it's your real account, real money. This is the simulator in action. And it's been it's been pretty awesome. You know, once you had that whip of the APOP that should not have turned into a $125 loss. Well, the theory being is that there's not going to be as much oil out there now, Alex, okay? So when there was a glut of oil, there had to be a place to put them, to put the oil. And that's where the tankers were coming into play. But if there's not going to be as much oil out there, then there's not as much need for the tankers to be storing it. So I mean that's the theory, I think. No expert on all this, but that's the theory I believe. Okay, give me a moment here. I might just want to start paying it a little more attention. Okay, so I'm gonna start flattening some of these positions, taking advantage of. I mean, up for almost $500, and that includes a 125 loss, stupid loss on that one. So, guys, if you want my watch list up and down, click on New from the Triad Ideas toolbar, New, Channel Bar, and my Windows. Okay. And remember, this is a layout, so you'll have to save your layout to the cloud before you do that. Otherwise, you'll lose your layout, which is okay. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. So, wow, look at the short on Fro here, guys. Wow. All I can tell you guys is that I don't take all of these. This is the simulator in action. I take some of them, but I can't force you to do this, but I encourage you to watch my windows every day. Now, is it going to be this good every single day? Of course not. But okay, to fix the bottom half of the screen being fuzzy, MB, or is that RMB? RNB. You have to be using, if you can find the tech support tab, okay, the tech support tab, there is the fix. Basically, you have to be using Chrome as your browser and then going into the Chrome browser settings and finding the hardware accelerator. You have to click on advanced, scroll down, and then disabling your hardware accelerator, okay? Wow, look at that Fro short. Holy smokes, I'm surprised it hasn't been halted yet. Well, there you go, it's halted. Look at that Fro short, holy smokes. Even this OUSR short, and it's got nothing to do. It's not. It's not an energy play. Well, what did we say in the pre-market, guys? Energy is going to be the sector to pay attention to today. All right, guys. I guess I got back to the talking about the search for all the links. Oh, the scans. It's pretty exciting here, guys. Pretty exciting. I'm trying to keep an eye on my real account and the simulator. So in the scans, I'm sharing a lot of scans. So if you are a Trade Idea subscriber, here are all the scans that I'm sharing. Okay. You can also access them from the Room Drive icon. Looks like a half open folder. Click on that and you'll see scans that I share. You can download. It'll go to a Word document. All the links that I'm going to talk about goes to a Word document too. So you can look at everything at your leisure. Just a minute. One moment, please. Okay, I'm gonna have to really race through these things, guys. I have to really keep an eye on what I've got on my account, and also, I want to keep an eye on the simulator in action. So the links, the links. Here are the links. Training. I'm going to go over the AI and the Brokerage Plus in a bit, but we have training Monday to Friday at noon Eastern. That's on the YouTube channel. Webinars, they're all archived. You can sign up for all the webinars Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern. You should have the latest beta. The latest beta will have things like the similar tab and also the buy and short buttons in the chart. Click on that and come on. And scroll down and there's the latest beta, okay? Obviously, I mean, this would be incredible. I mean, I only got out of these just because I'm trying to do a few things at once here. So anyway, links. What's the next one? Trade ideas. I do a daily video. It's going to be a fun one today, guys. Between 1:15 and 1:45 every day. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Next test drive. Sign up for it, guys. Best deal we've got going for $8.99. It'll start on May 11th. For $8.99, you'll have access to up to 10 trading days with our premium service. Okay? So you fill this out. You'll be notified a couple of weeks before May 11th on the actual sign-up procedures. And also available if you have our standard service and you want to upgrade for those 10 trading days, you can do so. We only do this 4 times a year. Biggest question we get is, do you have free trials? No, we don't. But this is as close as you're going to get. And the links, that's it for the links. Okay, subscriptions. You want to take out a subscription? Well, first of all, you click on this subscription link. At the bottom here, you'll see three ebooks designed for swing trading setups, and then there's an earnings season ebook. Everything has been developed within Trade Ideas. These are not third party. You want to follow me on Twitter. It's at bbruin44. Stocks only. I talked about the next test drive. You want to subscribe to Trade Ideas. I should go back here. There is a promo code you can use, Barry4Alpha, all in caps. Instant 15% savings off the first month only or the entire year. And I'll just click on this link so you can see how much Trade Ideas costs. Here's our premium yearly plan, $22.68 a year minus the 15%. The standard, $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The huge difference is our AI, and also if you want to auto trade at all, like I've auto traded my entries in my watch list, you need our premium service. You don't have to start off with a yearly plan. You can always try us out. Standard monthly, $118 less the 15%, or the premium, $228 less the 15%. If you want to, you can always upgrade. If you do it within 30 days, we'll upgrade you. We'll upgrade you. Is TNK is another tanker? I'm assuming. I'm sorry. So you can upgrade. If you do it within 30 days, we'll honor the promo code. I'm going to talk about the AI a little bit later and Brokerage Plus. I have to keep an eye on what's going on in my account. Okay. Not usually in this many trades at once. Wow, look at that. Look at that short on Fro. Holy smokes. I'm going to get out of that short on OSUR. I don't care about that. That's not energy. All I care about is energy right now. Just a minute. I have to do a screenshot of this. Just give me a moment here, guys. How the heck is that? Give me a moment here, guys. Come on, sir. Just give me a moment here, guys. I'm just trying to do something on my other monitors. So, okay, done. So, now obviously I'm paying, I've covered some. This is my real account. I've covered some. I'll just flatten out now on this one. So I mean, obviously, I mean, I didn't get quite. I mean, I should have been in the simulator. I should have been closer to that than this. 573, still up 330 in the simulator. But when it got down to 7, and then started moving higher right there, should be out some anyway. Wow, what a day, guys. Now, remember what I was talking about on the sum short? When the market started doing this, you can start using it unless it's an oil play, okay? You can start using this as a potential bounce play. With the market doing what it did. I mean, 1344, and it's up to 14. What a morning. What a morning. All right, guys, now that I'm out of everything in the simulator and I'm managing my own account, just keeping an eye, a couple things I'm still in, but yeah, Fro is halted. Fro is halted on the way up, got halted on the way down, and it got halted on the way up. All right. This is AI is actually only three alerts today. Nothing really shaking out of it today. I did take that cube alert early. Seems like years ago now. Anyway, this is what the AI is all about. We have what we call 50 baseline strategies. This is not one of them, but if it were, The AI runs through an optimization procedure on all of the strategies. So it takes a look at each individual strategy, starts looking at the filters that are in place. The AI strategies have way more filters. Starts to look at maybe makes adjustments to the filter values, maybe takes a filter out, puts one in, runs through our back tester. Has to do that for 50 strategies, all right? Hard enough to do it for one, impossible, obviously, if you're, as a human, you cannot do it for 50. So that's the routine that the AI goes through every day. Once the market closes, has access to the latest market data. And tomorrow, then we're presented with the strategies that make the cut. Now, I say this all the time. I don't care about the strategies that make the cut. All I care about are the ones that, the alerts that are produced from those strategies. Okay, so there's my AI window. You get the alerts as they come in. You get the entry price, of course, it's real-time entry price. You have a stop, and now you just manage the trades. If you have the AI, and I would suggest you go to the toolbar, click on New, AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. Okay, I would click on that instead of loading it from the channel bar. Then you can take this window, and if you don't see all of them, it's because you're not on the latest beta. Just right-click segments and click on all. But then you can have this window as part of your layout, so you don't have to do it every day. So instead of using the AI from the channel bar right here, which is Omni AI, which would basically give you the same look, I wouldn't be doing it that way. Okay, so that's what the AI is all about. And as I say, you can, I know people want to completely auto trade it. It's not my recommendation. I would be looking at the entries. If you want to maybe auto trade the entries, fine, but I would be managing the exits on your own. It's kind of what I do with my watch list, okay? All right, let me talk about Brokerage Plus right now. So Brokerage Plus, and I always start off like this, Brokerage Plus, everything I'm going to say is part of the standard service. I'll let you know when you need our premium service, okay? So Brokerage Plus basically it's in its simplest form as an order entry window, okay? You can use it for simulated trading, okay? That's what I have here. I've connected to the simulator, okay? Or if you have an Interactive Brokers account, you can actually trade your account using Brokerage Plus, okay? I'm going to concentrate all day on the simulator. This is what I have demonstrated here, okay? So in order to connect to the simulator, you just have to check that. So you load Brokerage Plus from the toolbar, New, and where is it? Brokerage Plus. Click on that. This will pop up. You want to hear all the columns. If you want to see all the columns that you have available to you, just right-click on one of the column headers. Click on columns and here are all the columns. These are the tabs you have available. If you click on New from within Brokerage Plus, here are the tabs you have. So in its simplest form, you can click on an alert. So CNQ, you see how the symbol loads. Pick how many shares you want. Okay, you pick how many shares you want to trade. Here is the real-time, and by the way, all this is real-time. It's using our real-time data, has no bearing in the simulator, has no bearing on what brokerage account you have, okay? Who is your broker? It's using our real-time data. So you pick you pick the price you want to get in at, and if you're shorting, you sell. If you're going long, you buy. You can flatten, get out of your position, get out of half your position, double your position, or reverse. So you were short, now you want to go long, or vice versa. These are all hotkeys, okay? So that is the simplest way to use Brokerage Plus. Now, you can also set up what we call one-click trading, which is really how this got auto-traded, okay? I'm gonna go over that a little bit later. But if you right-click, now let's just say you look at SU. Sorry, let me Let me click on SU. So I see the chart, and I go, yeah, I'd like to trade it. So you go back, right click on it, and this box will pop up. Now these are my buying and shorting parameters. Each one of them, if I just click on it, that will basically do the trade. Okay, so it's one-click trading. Now you can set up your own, of course. It's the whole idea of it. You know, these are my trading strategies. You can set up your own trading strategy. So how you do that is by clicking on the strategies tab. If you don't have the strategies tab open, and make sure that you, again, from within Brokerage Plus, click on the strategies tab. So here are the strategies that I've got. You see some are long and some are short. Now how you would create your own is you right click when you're in this window, right click, new trading strategy. You give it a name. Is it a long or a short? Now here are all the tabs you have and a lot of information that you can fill in each tab, okay? I'm going to go over what I do for what I call for the chart trading. Now if you don't have a B or an S on your chart, that means you don't have the latest version of Trade Ideas. You'll know that you don't also if you don't have the similar tab in our single stock window. I'm going to go over which would have been an awesome to concentrate on all day. Well, not necessarily all day, but certainly for the first couple of hours. I'm going to go over the similar tab in more detail. This is something that we just added, and it's going to be getting better and better when we put more filters in place. And if you want, again, if you want the similar tab and see a buy and a short button in your chart, you need the latest beta. So just go to the subscriptions tab, click on that within the trading room, and download TI Pro or Beta. And there you'll be brought to this link or this page, and just scroll down until you see download the beta, okay? So this is what I do. I've called one of my strategies, the long strategy, is chart long $100 risk. Basically what you do is you assign, if you want to trade from the chart and you want to go long, you assign one of your long strategies as the way you're going to trade on the chart. How do you do that? If you right click on the long strategy and you see I've checked default chart long strategy. Okay, so this is the strategy I'm using. Edit the trading strategy. Remember I showed you that here are the tabs you have. I don't have an entry time because this is all going to be discretionary. If I were showing you my watch list up, you would notice that it was the slider was at 10 o'clock. Order details and risk management work hand in hand. I would encourage you to start thinking about placing a risk value. You'll see it says a risk value of $100. This is based on a stop loss. Okay, this is a drop-down menu, and I encourage you to base it on a stop loss. And what that means is I don't want to lose more than $100 on a trade. So I mean, look, trades go against you. So you have to have a plan. When am I going to get out? So I'm going to risk $100 a trade. Now you'll notice that even though I had that in place, you notice that on the APOP, I actually ended up losing 125. That's because it went right through and I couldn't get all out at $100 loss. It's going to happen every now and then. Haven't seen that, haven't seen it very often, but it can happen. Risk management, I'm using a stop. That's how these work. You're going to see that's how, if you put a stop, a risk value of say, again, I'm using 100 in the simulator. What you use should be a correlation to your account size, okay? Now, if you have a $5,000 account, you're not going to be risking $1,000 a trade. Obviously, that should be obvious. If you're using this simulator, treat it, not like a game, not like a video game. Treat it like it's your real money and how you would manage trades. So the risk management, I'm using a filter. This is another drop down. I'm using a filter based on what we call, this is a special stop that I'm using. You can try the Smart Stop, especially if you're, use the simulator. Smart Stop in dollars. Okay. I don't have a hold time. I'm managing the excess on my own. I don't want some kind of artificial. Okay, so there's ONCS. Okay, so I'm gonna click on the buy button. Now, would I take this trade normally? Probably not, because there's a 200-day moving average. So let me find something else that maybe I would take. I'm just demonstrating this. Okay, so let's just take the ladder. Remember that these were very, very active. Back on this day, a lot of these falling into the same kind of sector were very, very active. So I'm going to just take the trade just to demonstrate. So I click on the buy button, and then I drop it where I want to take the trade. If I want to take it immediately, then I'm going to let it. Well, I didn't quite drop it at 531. So you see, actually, this is as good. This is a good demonstration too. You'll take the trade if it gets to 533. So that's how you can put a conditional buy order. You don't want to take the trade until it hits a certain price. So that's what that means right there, 533. Notice the stop is already set. Okay, that's because I'm using that VWAP stop. The stop is already set if I take the trade. I'm gonna drop it down. I want to take the trade right now. Okay, so it just took the trade. Ladder, LADR, where are you? There you are. It took 606 shares. Why? Because if I take 532 minus 499 times 600, this is where you got to be a little bit careful. I actually did it twice, guys. So I have a stop loss of $200. You got to be a little careful. That's why you use it in the simulator. Okay, this should really only have taken 300 shares. Okay, but I actually clicked it twice. That's okay. I mean, this is just for demonstration purposes. But you know what I can do? I can get a half the trade right now. So I just took out half the trade. Okay? Now, you notice there is a profit factor also, or a profit target. I always forget to mention that because I never put profit targets in. I believe in managing the trade as the trade is working. Keeping an eye on what the sector is doing, what the SPY is doing. I don't put artificial, what I call artificial profits targets in, but you notice here, risk management, I put 50 cents in target. So that meant my target was 50 cents away from my entry. So if I let it run like that, and what is that? 583. So if it got up to 583 and I let it take myself out of the trade, I'd make $154. Now, this is how I would do it. Is now you can use this like a trailing stop. Okay, a trailing stop, because as it's starting to work for you, you can start moving your stop up and up. Now, I actually want to 583. Okay, you can also, let's say it gets really close to 583, and the trade is working. I mean, it's working. Why would I take myself out just because I put a sort of an artificial 50 cent profit target? So I could also start moving that line up right on the chart. Okay, so hopefully that makes sense. And of course, you can ask me questions about this all day long. That's why I'm here. Now, everything I just said is part of the standard service. Okay, here's where you need our premium package. If you wanted to auto trade the entries, and I wish I hadn't had this one in here. I'm going to get rid of this immediately. This is a tough trader, the CRNC. But if you wanted to auto trade the entries, I always say the entries because I never allow it to take myself out in an automatic way. I'm always managing the exits. But if you wanted to auto trade, you create an alert window and you wanted to auto trade, then you need our premium service. So you could create an alert window yourself, of course, or you want to do mine, you can go ahead, new channel bar, and here are my windows right there. These will load. You can limit the number of trades it'll take, yes. That's in the trading strategy, Erwin. Okay, I'll show you how you can do that. So for instance, send orders for a symbol at let's see, at most once per day for this strategy as an example, or stop after sending 10 entry orders, okay? So you can do something like that. Okay, that's in the entry time, okay? Entry time, so you can check that if you want. I'm not sure I have that, I'm not sure why I have that checked to be honest, but that's, okay, so that's, well, I think that's just on the initial entry, okay? Look at Walgreens now, wow. So that like that's one, that's two, that's three. I don't think it's a round tripper. It can't be because it's just looking at what it was sent. But you can try it. I mean, I'm not 100% sure, but I don't think that. I think it's the actual trade itself, both buying and selling. Okay. Now so if you did want to auto trade, so you do need our premium service. Okay, in order to do that. And how you would do it is you pick the strategies that you want to auto trade. Notice these two say on. So before the market opened today, I went and I said strategy enabled and I clicked it and I clicked it on. Okay, that's why these two are on. So that's why anytime anything appears here, it's going to take the trade automatically. Now, if you wanted to auto trade the AI, then you'd have to have your AI, you have to have your Holly's tab. You could turn them all on, or you can turn whatever ones you want on. You'll also need to buy Brokerage Plus. It'll cost you $1,100 minus whatever promo we have right now. Right now, 15% promo. And it's a one-time licensing fee. What that means is if you decide you want to stop trading for a while and unsubscribe from Trade Ideas, then you can do so. And then if you come back, Brokerage Plus is still waiting for you. So it's a one-time licensing fee. So Dan just mentioned to me that keep an eye on OVV. That's an interesting one too. Dan, our CEO, keep an eye on OVV. Now this one, I mean, it's a big float. Another one with a big float. Well, I'm sure he's talking. I'm sure he's talking about a long play. I mean, it's a. I don't mean hop in it now, guys. I'm just saying keep an eye on it. But I mean, you can see why. Look. I mean, it's a very cheap one. Look at the potential gap it's got. Okay, guys. So again, I should not allow that to happen if I'm really paying attention. Again, that ladder was just a demonstration of how to use the buy and short button. So if you're really paying attention, you've got to either A, take some profit, or B, get out at the entry. Cannot let it turn into a loss. That's $100 swing right there. Yeah, remember this is this was going to be the one that I was going to look at, but I was worried about the 200-day moving average. So it is now popped through the 200-day moving average, ONCS. So much activity today. I'm not sure market flow. I mean, I know they're creating some videos to trying to replace the we used to call it the University 1, 2, 3, and 4, but I'm not sure. I can't verify that. Okay, I see what's happened. So you got to be careful here, guys. Yeah, so that didn't cancel that out. So now it took it as a short, which I'm going to exit right now. Just waiting on the NLCH to see if it takes out 9. I'm gonna hang on to this one just for a bit. Wow, I feel like I've traded for 3 days. What a like on. No, I don't have to do anything more, guys. I mean, of course, I'm going to stick around until 3, but there's nothing really. I mean, I can't. I don't think I can top that. I don't even want to look at anything right now. Though Real is telling me to look at LYV. Okay, let's take a look. LYV underneath or below the S1. Yeah, I'm only using Ron. Yeah, I mean, I don't really care about the colors. I mean, it's not like I'm watching it. I don't really care that much. I know what you're saying, but it doesn't bother me. All right, guys. So there's a SPY. What a move! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. An hour and a half is basically straight up. There's a topping tail, indecision, and now we do have a red candle. So let's see what happens. Yeah, I caught a couple of big fish from my from my watch list. It was fast and furious action, guys. Basically, the whole idea, if you're well, obviously you weren't here in the pre-market. The idea was to watch energy plays, pure energy plays, and then the tankers, which were suffering, in theory because it's there may be talks between Saudi and the Russia maybe to curtail oil production. So of course the tankers maybe not as necessary. Look at the SPY now, guys. Look at the SPY. Strong, strong. Maybe taking out that red candle. Oh, I have no idea, Jasper. I have no idea. How long it's going to last? No idea. I'm not a macro guy at all. I trade what I see during the day, and yeah, I'm obviously the news. But tomorrow, I don't make any predictions. So David Afarian, if you're listening to me, I'm not a macro guy at all. I'm all about the intraday, trading the news intraday. Tomorrow's another day. Well, I mean, look, I mean, it's all based, it's emotion. So, okay, Putin and Trump talking, great. Oil pops 10%. It's emotion. I tend not to overanalyze anything. Just trade what you see. Now, if you're a longer term trader, I get it. You want, you'd like to maybe try to figure out what might happen, but that's just not my style. So, so here's a little one. Vista oil and gas, just over the whole number. Just checking some of these here. Ah, all right, listen, guys, I'm going to put myself on mute for a couple of minutes. I'll be right back, probably about no later than, say, 11:25, okay? It's off. All right, guys, I am back. NCLH guys continues to fall here. I wonder how easy it is to get this one. I mean, I know it took it in the simulator. What scanner shows what type of possible strategies? Not sure I understand your question. I mean, each scanner identifies certain looks. I mean, I'm obviously Momo up, Momo down. So I'm not 100% sure I know what you mean. I mean, each scanner is a specific purpose and it's named in a way. So you can take a look at all the scans that I've got as an example right here. They're all named. Hopefully the names make sense, make some sense to you. So I'm not sure I understand your question. Okay, so if you look at, so here's if you look at my scans, so down big yesterday, reversing today. I've got some gap continuation or reverse. Just take a look at them. I mean, if you see reverse in the name, that's probably a trend reversal. Trend reversal is another one I've got here somewhere. Trend reversal down, trend reversal up. So you can take a look at them and see what you think. One moment, please. Just give me a moment here, guys. I'm just trying to rearrange something on my other monitor. Something's going on. I'm sorry. I'm having a difficulty. Okay, there we go. Sorry, I know I'm talking to myself, but I was having difficulty on my other monitor. Rearranging a window. Okay, everything's good now. No, actually, the Dreamer, if it's close, it'll take more shares. Because remember, let's just say it was a dime away and I'm risking $100 on the trade. So it'll take 1,000 shares in theory, right? But let's say it was $1 away. It'll take 100 shares as an example. So the closer it is, the more shares it'll take. Just one moment, please. All right, guys. Well, things have settled down a little bit here. That's probably the most frantic moment I've had, market open that I've had in a long, long time. All right, let's see what else is happening. Golub Capital. So some of these are starting to bounce a little bit. So that this one was absolutely ringing over and over again in my ear. When I say that, it's because I've got my Momo up and my Momo down, text to voice. No. All right, one moment, please, guys. I have a hungry cat to feed. Will not take no for an answer. The joys of working from your home, which I do anyway. I know a lot of people are working from their home now, but okay, guys, the SPY is starting to move down a little bit here. Ooh, I have no idea. I'm sorry, Poe. I have no idea. On an iPad, I have no idea. What if you were using Safari? Never mind. I mean, I don't know. I don't know how it looks with Safari. I really don't know. You probably tried that though, right? Oh, really? Oh, that's weird. Okay. Wow. Look at Shoot, I wanted to keep this one, this NCLH. There's the alert 906, and I accidentally I accidentally got out of the position. This was on the short right there, 906. Hey, what a day. So without really paying, I mean, as much attention I should, the simulator is up $500, and the two big ones. I mean, never should have lost $125 on the APOP, not after being up 51, never. And the other ones. I mean, even this one, the ladder. Well, the ladder was a demonstration of the buy button. Okay, so I should really, I really should get rid of that. All right, guys. So I'm just watching the market now. Little indecision on that 15-minute candle. A little bit of one. There's a topping tail and a bottoming tail. All right, guys. Listen, sorry, maybe a little bit late. I'm in this short here. Why am I in this short? I've been trying. There's Cube again. I'm not in it anymore. This seems like years ago I was short Cube. Just give me a second here. I'm going to explain why I'm in this KTB short. So I've been trying to also pay attention to this is a development one, AI under $20, another segment that we're developing. Somebody said that it was going to be in the next beta. I haven't heard that. But anyway, there was the short of KTB. I didn't get in right at 1588. But there were a lot of them yesterday that were awesome. So decided to try this one. And that's the KTB. Who's taking over at noon? Let me just see. I'm not sure. I don't know if there's a regular schedule. All right, guys. Just keeping an eye on this KTB. I hope the spread tightens up just a little bit. I've never heard of this one before. Contour Brands clothing store. It's up. It's up still a little bit. So that is from the underneath $20. Again, I'm not telling you to take it or anything. This is still in development. No, it's not. This is something that has been in development for a long time, trying to create a strategy that just looks at stocks under $20, and it's just not a that's not a matter of putting a filter, on the normal strategies and saying, only look at them under 20. Okay, so that's what I'm looking at right now. It's on another monitor, obviously. Yeah, I got to be careful on it because it is. It's not that much Well, actually, the volume's not bad, but it's starting to pop a little bit here. So I may just turf it. I'm just kind of testing this. Yesterday there were some awesome ones. Keep an eye on Drad. Yeah, somebody from the YouTube channel, Asia from the YouTube channel just mentioned Drad. The volume may be just starting. Okay, obviously there is a pop right there, some volume coming in. It's very very low volume right now, so hard to really commit to it. But if the volume picks up, yeah, maybe. No, wow, even this one would have worked here. The OSUR 1055, 1019 now on the short for OSUR. Just checking. That's why I like the way I format this, so you can see when you see the alert, the time it happened, and the price. So you can kind of go back and see, okay, what happened from there. This one I have a difficult time trading. 1933. I know it's moving. Yeah, that's the spread. Yeah, Zoom. What a comeback. Remember, comeback 114, a $15 comeback. Fantastic. No. All right, what's the market doing? Market is so a little flattening out now on that little green candle now in the SPY. Maybe that little 2 bar pullback is over. Now, Cube is starting to work again, guys. I'm not in it. I took this one from the AI earlier, traded out of it, but this is starting to work really well now. And there's no support really until on the daily until 2080 or so. I'm not saying it's going to get there. Maybe there's a little support right here. Okay, one moment, please. All right. Just need that bid to catch up to the ask on the, or the ask to catch up to the bid on that KTB. You guys, maybe keep an eye on Apogee, APOG. It's sort of a green bar ignored. There's a downtrend, little green bar ignored, and if the trend continues down, say it takes out 20, what's the volume like? April 2nd pre-market. So actually, this is an earnings play too, guys. Apogee is an earnings play. Keep an eye on this one. This could really come crashing through 20. APOG. Well, I know I said I wouldn't follow this one, but the mRNA, I'm just going to take a look at it. Looks like there's a red bar ignored. What's the time? 11:42. So that would have to get above it. It would have to take for a true red bar ignored. 31.69. It would have to get up to about 31.69. Take out the high of that red candle and then continue. I just have a tough time. I mean, look how crazy this trades. 15-minute chart. Look at all the bottoming tails. You have some topping tails. It's just too erratic for me. I know I keep saying that, so I don't know why. The only reason I see it is I do have it thumbnailed. So I'm every now and then I do see I glance at it. All right, guys, I got out of the KTB basically flat. Not interested in it. It's just didn't. I may look at it again, but it would have to. The bid has to catch up, or they have to get closer. Maybe even take out the low of yesterday for it to really fall. I'll stick an alert down here in this area. Who knows? Maybe later on it'll happen. Yes, APOP may be coming back, guys. You're right. There's a nice little base there in the 5. Might be starting to come back. Jamie, I'm sorry. Jamie's taking over at noon. The Dreamer, sorry. Yeah, keep an eye on this one. Oh, you know what? I forgot to talk about the single stock window. Okay, and this would have been an awesome one to have all day long. Let me put in. Let's put in Suncor. Okay, so this is how this works. Now, if you don't have the similar tab in the single stock window, make sure that you download the latest beta. Okay, and you can download the latest beta from here. Subscriptions. Right there. I'm sorry, not subscriptions. Download TI Pro or Beta. Click on that link. You'll be brought to the download page and scroll down until you see the beta. What spread do I like to see? Well, of course, it will really depend on the price of the stock, but obviously the tighter the better. What do I like to see? A penny. How's that? But I'm answering somebody in YouTube. Oh, I don't know if WBA to me is. Somebody asked about is WBA any good? It's kind of chopping around. I mean, I've lost interest in it. It might turn out to be okay later, but I've just kind of lost interest in it. So the single stock window. So assuming then you download the latest beta, so you'll have the single stock window and you'll have the similar tab. So this is how I use it. So first of all, I duplicate my window. Actually, before I duplicate it, I click on the similar tab and I click on, this is just a slider up and down, competitors or price action. I'm not using price action at all. I think it needs some more work, but I'm using competitors. And then I duplicate the window twice. That's why you see it twice here. And then I sort. I have the change from the closed column. I sort both ways. I want to see the ones that are up the most. I want to see the ones that are down the most, right at a glance. Okay. So what this is doing, it's telling me within a sector what are the strong plays and what are the weak plays within a sector. Okay. Let me just type in so for instance then. Okay, so for instance, we wanted to follow, say, petroleum refineries all day long. That energy sector obviously was ripping. Well, then you could load it. And there's Suncor. I keep saying Sunoco. Suncor. Here are the rest of them. Here's the worst one, Trek. Now, the next step has to be a volume minimum. And I was hoping we'd have it on my next beta, but obviously not the beta that I'm using. I'm told it takes a little more work to get this in, but anyway, that'll be the next step. So you eliminate something that's only trading 9,000 shares. But so at a glance, you can see the top performing stocks in a sector and the worst performing stocks in a sector. So obviously, to follow the energy sector would have been awesome today. Now, here's also what you can do, and this is where it gets really cool. You can right click on it and pop it out. Now, here's your top list. Now you can start adding in filters. You can start saying, okay, I only want to see these certain price range or a certain minimum volume or a relative volume. I could turn this top list into an alert window. So show me the stocks when they're making new highs or new lows, or whatever you want. So this is really interesting what you can do. So every day could be different. There could be a really hot sector, and this we really drill into the subsectors too. This is not such a big subsector, but we really drill in. So on a certain day, if you see something, a sector that you really want to follow, that's how you can do it very, very easily. So it's a great addition to what we're doing. In my opinion. And now I can't find the trading room. Where are you? This is embarrassing. I can't. Did I accidentally close you guys down? Come on. Okay, I know you guys can you can hear me in YouTube. I'm having a problem. I think I accidentally closed down the trading room. Not close it down, but I can't see it right now, so I'm going to have to reload it. Okay, thank you, Jamie, if you can hear me. I think we got a problem with our homepage. Guys, I'm sorry. I don't know if you can hear me in the actual trading room. I know you can probably hear me in the YouTube room, but there's. I think our website booted out the trading room. Yeah, so I think something's happened. So I think the trading room stopped too. The trading room stopped. I think something happened because, of course, the trading room. I have no idea if you guys can hear me. I know you can hear me in the YouTube feed, but I don't know if you can hear me in the actual trading room. It is it closed down for me anyway. All right, guys, listen. I'm going to put myself on mute right now. I'm trying to figure out if this is. I have to get back into the room. Trying to get to our home page. I can load the home page. I can get into the home page, but I can't do anything once I'm there. Yeah, there's definitely something going on. Yeah, there's something going on, Nona. I mean, there's something going on because I'm trying to get into. You can't see my screen then, okay? Even in the YouTube feed, okay? You can hear me though, right? Oh, you can see it in the YouTube feed. You just can't see. Okay. Yeah, no, it's okay. Something's happened to our website, and of course, you enter the trading room from the website. So something has happened to our website, so it's booted everybody out, and I can't get into the website right now. So I guess that's why it's nice to have the YouTube feed. All right, guys. Well, it is. Okay, let me try then again because I can't get into the room on my end. So okay. So guys in the YouTube in the trading room, I can't see anything right now, so I can't answer any questions. I'm going to be taking my break anyway, but there's a problem with our homepage. Yeah, there's a problem with the homepage, so I can't enter the trading room. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to put the announcement here so you guys can see. I'm going to be on a break back at around 12:30. I'm going to put myself on mute, and Andy, Jamie's going to take over in about 3 minutes on the YouTube feed. So you can see the notice I've just put up, right? Damien and Nona back at 12:30. Okay. Well, hopefully when I come back, it'll be fixed for me anyway. It's crazy. You guys can be in the room and I can't. Gonna try one more time. No, I can't get in. Okay, guys. So I'll see you around 12:30. I'm gonna put myself on mute. Jamie will take over in the YouTube feed. Okay, Jamie.
Hello traders. Hopefully you have eyes on my screen. I just took the mic from Barry, so if somebody could just give me a shout out via the chat, let me know you can see and hear. Okay, then we will proceed. While we're doing that, I'll just pop out my chat. Testing, testing. Is anybody out there? Hello? Hey Jeffrey, thank you very much. What's good? Well, if you take a look at the chart that I've currently got up, the oil services index, that's been good. You know, we had this nice little pop up here, nice little pull back to the 10 period, and it's trying to reclaim that area. But yeah, the oil servicers have been doing their thing this morning. Halliburton, Oxy, a lot of the servicers, Exxon, good old King Exxon, taking a nice big rip as well today. So definitely a lot of opportunity in that sector as well. What I've got over here as well is my Brokerage Plus. Been automating the Holly signals in the paper account here. So we're getting some pretty good results from Holly today, even though we look over here at the uh, channel bar. And of course 1.0 is pumped out to 0 trades. That's okay. We got 2 coming out of 2.0 and 3 out of NEO, so only 5 signals today. Now, I'm running this simulation in moderate risk mode. Okay, so if we pop over here to AI and we say edit long instructions, you can see right here I'm using the moderate risk mode, kind of smack dab in the middle, not conservative, not aggressive, but right in the middle. And we're risking $100 per trade here. And for a slow day, not too bad on the results. Now what I wanted to point out here, let's just take a peek here, 2541. Okay, actually we got a better price, actually the exact price on Cube, 2541, which that is unusual because typically we're getting a little bit worse price in the simulated mode here. Let's take a look at SFET. We got an entry price of $1.60 on the short, and we did take a little bit of slippage on that one of a penny, $1.61. But a lot of these things weren't moving around too rapidly today, so you know the market did kind of start out a little slow before we found some traction here. Little wiki on this opening 15-minute candle back down to lows before we finally caught some traction, and we can see the 10 period coming into play there as well. and big volume still in the oil service sectors. All right, so we've got a nice little crowd in here. So, once again, this is a live support session, giving Barry a little bit of break here, bringing in the live support session. So if you do have questions about anything TR related, please use the questions panel and get them on out there. Interesting to see this one short that was produced by Holly today in CUK, Carnival Cruise Lines, also CCL. This is just the ADR, I guess. Mimicking the same price action here. And look how much this thing has just been beaten down. What were we at not too long ago? $50. Let's just call it $50. Now we're down here at 766. A lot of people, including myself, along with the airlines, were thinking the bounce is due. I forgot where I heard this story. I was browsing some news yesterday, and I forget which source it was, but they were saying that the cruise ships that are already out there, they're going to have to stay out there indefinitely. Which, hey, if you're on that ship, you're not too happy. Indefinitely, that's kind of scary. So I don't know if they're going to have to resupply those ships out at sea, bring in the military to do that. But if you're on a cruise and you're stuck out at sea indefinitely, it's not a good thing, which is probably causing the additional weakness in the cruise lines today. You got that right, Sean. A prison, a floating prison with, the germs flying around in there. Anyway, not to get too down that dark rabbit hole. We'll just have to see what transpires. I don't want to use the B word, bailout, but keeping with tradition, we'll just have to see what happens with all these companies. Airlines are moaning, cruise lines are moaning about, we're in trouble here. We need money, so we'll have to see what happens. That's right, Sean. We'll just go set up a base camp in Antarctica. I hear it's warming up there. All right, so let's take a look at some of these other positions, see if we encountered any slippage about cats. 1607 here. Yeah, okay, significant slippage here, which is good to see. Holly gets 15.99 right here. We get 16.07. So 8 cents of slippage in that one. On the CUK, 7.74 on the short. So we got 2 pennies worse. And on the MGPI, we got 27.24 and 32 cents here. So 8 cents of slippage in there. And that's a good thing, ladies and gentlemen, because slippage is really moving forward, and I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself. Hopefully we're going to start testing the beta or the alpha version of the E-Trade version of the Brokerage Plus connection. As you can see right here, we've added these two. They're not active yet, but hopefully in the future they will be. So, big difference when we run back tests these days, because when you leave commission out, boy, those equity curves get a lot juicier. So slippage should be the only thing we have to contend with moving forward. Yeah, Kyle, nice pun there. Isolated. Let's just check in on the major indexes here real quick. SPY just hovering up here at the top. Seems like bonds are immune. We used to see inverse correlations between the bonds and the market going up. Not as of late. You can see the 20-year Treasury bond gapped up and is holding its own here. Everything's pretty much going to be the same. Big change in volume levels over the past 3-4 trading days, or this week. All right. Last week we had massive volumes, massive ranges. Not the case this week. Some pretty decent ranges as we kind of settle into this little trench right here that's developing, and nice range activity, but moving sideways nonetheless. Heck, even if we maintain this range moving in the next week, get a little up and down action, a little short, a little long activity. That's then not necessarily a bad thing while the market figures out which direction it'd like to try next. But these volume levels here, significantly lower than what we were experiencing back in these levels here. Relative volume being the big indicator, well below 1 on the major tracking ETFs. And we can see that the market is indeed taking a little snooze right now because 100 is normal volume for any of these smaller time frames. So we're just at 30% of normal volume on the 10 and the 5, and keeping that with the 1 minute as well. All right, any suggestions for using the platform for swing trading or where to start? Right. So, this is a question that we get a lot, Kyle.
CUK.
Is trade ideas just for intraday trading? And that's why it was originally developed. But when it comes to swing trading, what do we look for here? All right, we look for decent support and resistance levels on the daily. Okay, typically daily. While we were back in the wackiness of the market getting pummeled there, kind of had to go to weekly and monthly charts to get a good idea of where we might be headed or what could act as potential support, what could act as potential resistance. So, for example, this Halliburton right here, if we get a close above these levels, well, that could be, potential that, and if I just draw a little line here, we got above these levels right here, and then we wick back down. Now, if we close right here, we might just ebb and flow along this little channel here. But if we get a nice close above this level here, well, then this area here could very well be in play. All right. So, a lot of different ways to approach the swing trading methodology. A lot of people, that's all they do. All they care about is looking at the longer term chart, picking support or potential support and resistance, and making the bet. Another thing to point out here is the nice little kind of doji-ish candle that Halliburton put in yesterday. Of course, it did that the day before and edged down lower, but check out what it did on yesterday's activity, going right down to the 10 period. I've got a 10 period over here on my 15-minute intraday, which acts as a decent guiding hand for the momentum stocks. Notice where Halliburton took its pull back, came down here and tested it right here, and now it's pushing back up. Same thing with the 10 period, the green line over here, with the daily in play as well. And of course, a lot of things have been keying and responding to the 20-day, which is the red line here. So we got above that 20-day today, and assuming the sellers just don't come back in, we'll also get a close above the 20-day and approaching this level here. Okay, so even though Holly may spit out some things, a lot of the times she spits them out for intraday activity because that's what she's based around, statistical probability based on the intraday session. But a lot of the times, Holly plays, when we consult the daily here, might be good swing trade candidates as well. Okay, so really whether a trade ends up being a decent swing trade candidate is all going to be based on the longer time frames. And our good buddy Brian Shannon always likes to say, okay, you look at your trade on the longer time frame, and then when it materializes on the smaller intraday time frames with a decent risk attached to it, then that's when you make your entry and you have double confirmation on multiple time frames. So, kind of have to blend the two together from time to time as well, so we get that entry and we don't have to sit here and sit these huge pullbacks. Of course, pullbacks are part of the game. A lot of the times, even though something does look good on the intraday, it throws us a little bit of wiggle. That's where the old saying, if you can't see the red, you'll never see the green, comes in. Of course, we traders like immediate gratification, so it's always nice when they pop for us initially, but it's not always the case. While we're talking about the longer time frames, let's just go ahead and put old Halliburton back in here. And, I encourage everyone, if you haven't really checked out the longer time frames, the weekly, here we have the weekly, and then going back even further, we've got the monthly, and the monthly candles just rolled over, right? So we just started a new monthly candle yesterday. So, from a way longer term perspective, let's assume for a minute that we do go back down and retest lows on the overall market. Maybe this is the bottom, maybe it's not, but at least this gives us a little idea of what might be in store if the market does roll again on Halliburton. If you want to start building a position here, you think it's the bottom, this area right here would be a good place to scale in. And then, of course, if things get nasty and we go and break these levels right here, we know what our bailout level could be. Notice how when we did finally capitulate off the bottom here, notice the little area that we did butt up against in the SPY. Of course, a lot of people like myself, we thought we might eke on down and finally peg this 213 level, but didn't happen. So Kyle, I hope that kind of sheds a little bit of light on, intraday versus swing trading. If you need me to expand on that, let me know. I'll do my best. All right, more people hitting the session here. Welcome. And boy, I have to keep checking my connection because I'm like, I got nothing coming through. But when we look at these volume levels, that is no big surprise. And Holly continues to remain quiet as well. So far, the best winner today, the Cube Short. And while I'm waiting for a question to come in, I'm just going to search my cloud for an old layout that I've been meaning to refurbish. Okay, I was talking about this with Andy and Steve earlier. Notice what I just did here. I pulled up a different layout, and these are all compare count windows. Okay, and as traders, we all kind of kick things to the curb once in a while and then bring them back around. But this is something I haven't revisited in quite some time. These are all compare count windows, and you'll notice that each one is pointed to a specific sector. All right. So during my normal routine, I consult one of my favorite compare count windows after the first 15 minutes of every open, and I have it pointed to just the stocks with a market cap of 4 billion or higher that are hitting highs and lows with accelerated volume in the first 15 minutes. And a lot of the times, like this morning, when we have a high bullish count, and I forget what it was, I'll have to consult my Twitter page because I always tweet out those readings after the first 15 minutes, but it was dead on today. After the first 15 minutes, we had that nice lift, predominantly driven by the oil and gas stocks, and that was a good read on the overall market. However, I wonder what this little guy would have said this morning after the first 15 minutes. Oil and gas probably was pegged much higher than the overall large caps. So probably what I'm going to do is get these retooled, make sure I have all the proper settings in there for the sectors, make sure the symbols are updated, and start watching these guys, because this will let me identify the hot sectors each and every day. It's always a different sector that's getting the good upside and downside momentum. So we take it one step further and monitor each and every sector according to massive buying and selling. In other words, what the institutions might be up to for the day. Instead of just looking at the broader overall market, we drill down and look at the specific sectors. One day it might be the oil and gas. One day it might be transportation. One day it might be manufacturing, telecommunications, finance. Okay, so something that I'm going to work on probably over the weekend, and if I can get everything tightened up nicely, I'll probably distribute these in the office hours webinar come Monday. So just a little food for thought there on how we can identify what sectors might be where the action is each and every day. All right, so let me get back over to my default layout here. Right, Damien. Swing trading, especially in this, and well, the market has changed significantly as far as volatility over the past couple of sessions, or this week, I should say. But yeah, cutting your size and widening your stops is the best way to manage risk or keep your sanity. Those two things go hand in hand. How do you feel about 80 or 820 crosses? Painting mind or range break is your main go-to? Well, I'm a simpleton. I like simple patterns, and the range break definitely fits that simple pattern. But 80-20 crosses, I don't really follow those too well, but we do, if my memory serves me correctly. I think we have those. Let's see, you said the 8 and 20, correct? Now, are you talking about intraday or on the daily? Because we have those alerts on the intraday, just not on the daily. And a lot of the times those could coincide, right, with range breaks. So let's just pick one of the longer time frames that we have here. And what I'm going to do is just duplicate this guy first. So when we talk about range breaks, beautiful range break. And I got to admit, I was looking at other things this morning. I saw Halliburton right here. Hesitated a little bit, felt like I was chasing it, and then of course everything else was moving simultaneously. Of course, good news is one of the other guys in our little in-house fund here was already all over it. So we got a nice little piece of Halliburton going on in our little in-house hedge fund, along with some other oil and gas stuff as well. However, let's see if there was any correlation. If we just come in here and do a little substitution work, we'll just take a look at some of the things that the 8 and 20 on the 15-minute produced today. Because a lot of the times, there's correlation. It's just like Holly. She'll spit something out. Maybe it's from the low float strategy, and you'll just notice, hey, it either just exhibited a range break or it's right about to do it, what I like to call an auxiliary pattern on top of the statistical signal that Holly might be bringing. Check that. Oops, I forgot to add that guy. There we go. Interestingly enough, that's because I didn't get that one out of there. And let's just take a peek here. Of course, I left my high market cap filter on here, but let's just take a peek at what that CVX looked like. Okay, a little bit later, right? And of course, I don't have those moving averages on my chart right here, but look how much later the CVX was triggered versus if we were watching the new high. It's going to look just like Halliburton. Halliburton, CVX, XOM, they all broke at the exact same time today, pretty much. XOM a little bit later, actually. So there was a little bit of lead time on some of these guys. But let's remove this high market cap filter. We'll just shrink it down to like 1 billion. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. And a few more things, but really nothing to write home about. One could say that this jives with a range break, but that's a little gross looking right there. Typically like to see them a lot more flat. Okay. This one, yeah, kinda. So it looks like these guys are picking similar patterns, but after the range break has already occurred, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. But the main reason I like to watch new highs and new lows is because, obviously nothing can break out of a range unless it's hitting that daily high or that daily low. And then it's just about filtering through all the symbols. And, obviously it's all about timing. Some are going to be too late, but some are going to be just right. All right. So this is a little top list that I distributed in or this week's Monday webinar. Pin the 10. Also for spotting decent swing trade candidates, right? So notice everything we pull up off of this list here is going to be butting right up against that 10-period moving average on the daily. So you might think to yourself, okay, let's resort the list by one of these other metrics. What about something that's experienced 4 negative days in a row, like this SAH? A lot of sell pressure over the past 4 days, and now just butting right up against that 10 period, kind of toeing the line there. So from a swing trade perspective, might be a good thing to keep an eye on here. Basically everything that's coming in off this list. Then we got DBC, had 5 days of play, and now it's reclaiming that area right here. So nice little up move in DBC for the day. Sometimes it's the ones that have had consecutive days that are going to be the better bounce candidates. Other times you might notice they're just toeing the line, showing strength. Sellers try to take control here, but eventually they take it back up. So this is a nice simple way to find things that are so far behaving nicely that might do well on the next day. And especially on this list right here, if you see some good candidates and they finish the day with a little green hammer or a doji up here where sellers tried to take them down but could not keep them down, a lot of the times those can result in decent swing plays as well. This one, acting as, resistance up here, might be good for short candidates. Let's pull CUK back up here. Look how far below it is of the 10 period right here as it gasps for air, waiting to see what's going to happen. Mike C in the house. Always good to see you there, Mike. Hope you're having a profitable day. All right, any questions out there? Go ahead and pop them in. Just going to keep on cruising this list here. Let's sort by relative volume. Doji, but still fighting that 10 period. Can't reclaim it, not yet anyway. NRK putting in a doji right at the 10 period here. So if this little guy closes strong, we might make a run back up to that 20 period. Seems to be the moving average that a lot of people are paying attention to these days. Andy pointed out Wendy's a few days ago as it came up here and tested this level. Pulled off a pretty good short back down to here using that 20 period. Yep, 20 period, wick it up, slam it back down. Starbucks. Oh, speaking of coffee places, I still haven't even bothered to dig up the news. Why this happened? Could it be, well, the obvious reason? What's happening in China? But LK taking a massive gap down today. And once again, I don't know the news. But we closed yesterday at 26.20. Opened up today at 4.92. So massive haircut in Luckin Coffee. Yeah, I see your comment there, Sean. Imagine that. Now, are you being serious there, Sean? Would not surprise. Would not surprise. Cooking the books, yeah, fraud, whatever you want to call it. Dishonesty. No big surprise there. You know, how can you really trust any information coming out of a communist country? I don't know. It's kind of a tricky business there. Yeah, cooking the books, pegging the currency. Don't get me started. Don't get me started on that. OVV. Somebody else was talking about this one today, which is also in the oil and gas sector. Nice little range break here at the 290-ish level. And this would have been on this one had been on my radar for a very long time as it basically just swirled down the drain here. But boy, this thing's really been pummeled. Let's see, I think that is legitimate right there. Even if we go back, let's just go take a peek at the monthly here. Wow. Oof. Back in 2010, this guy was up at 176, now residing at $3. Market cap, 691 million now. Needless to say, used to be a lot larger. Still making money as of last earnings date. Of course, next earnings date is coming up here, April 28th. Certainly be one to keep an eye on. I would expect these numbers, quarterly revenue growth is probably going to change significantly as well. But man, what a shellacking this guy's had. But great upside opportunity today from 293, tapping out at 374, so 80-ish cents on a not quite a $3 stock. Very nice percentage gain. Even right now, it's up 18.4% after topping out up here. All right, we got a quiet crowd right now. If you're sitting on a question, do not hesitate to ask it. Oh, look, bonds are trying to give back a little bit. TLT, the 20-year bond, gapping up, giving back. See how we tested that 10 period right there and kind of ebbed and flowed, and now we are below it on the 15-minute. Maybe we can go revisit these lows. Maybe not. We'll just have to see what happens. While everything is still kind of taking a snooze here. All right, well, if no questions are coming in, I tell you what we're going to do here. We're going to have a little fun with back testing because myself, Michael, Nas, and some of the other boys, we've been talking about a certain strategy that we really kind of kicked to the curb a long time ago. Simply because with a commission structure in place, the back test looked really good, but you really couldn't engage the strategy because of commission structure. And I see your question there about float. Give me 1 second here and I will get to that one. Let me just pop in a value here. 3%. We'll come back around to that. We'll just park him down here for a moment. Okay, let's do that.
GFL.
Okay, let me silence that real quick here. But we'll take a peek here. GFL hitting all-time lows. That's why we heard that. Not really something I'd have an interest in trading. A little bit too gross on the daily there. But float. Let's talk about float. You can see right here on GFL, the float is definitely what... Oh, actually, that's a B. Okay, so in the publicly traded float, the float is how many shares are available for trading, okay? And we can see here in GFL Environmental, 1.59 billion shares are in the float, okay? That's how many free trading shares are out there. Now you've got shares outstanding, and then you've got float. So let's take a look at LK again. We can see the float in LK, Luckin Coffee, is 72 million, while shares outstanding is 775 million. So more than likely, these, who knows where the other shares are residing, but the free floating the shares that are available for trading are 72.42 million. Okay, and typically we won't call anything a low float issue in Trade Ideas world unless it's got 20 million shares or less. Matter of fact, Holly has a strategy. I don't know if it made the cut today. It's called Float On. And any stock coming through Float On, when it makes an appearance, is going to have a public float of 20 million shares or less. Okay, and the theory behind it is that stocks with low floats, when the buying does come in, they react a lot more severely to the buying and the selling. So you get sharper, more aggressive moves in the low float stocks versus the big float stocks. Big float stocks, for example, Exxon, 4.23 billion shares in the float. That's a pretty big float. But then again, Exxon has traded 37 million shares. So just to recap that for you, let's see who asked that question. Loss. Float is simply how many shares are available for public trading. And typically, the lower the float, the more volatile the stock will be when there is decent volume coming into play. So hopefully that covers it for you. And now let's talk about this strategy, or this idea of a strategy. Of course, I forgot to check that one. So we're going to say a positive VWAP divergence. So how do you find the float filter? Well, we can attach our filter to a single stock window, as I've done here, or we can make it part of our filter set. And to find it, we just come into the search tab after I go into configure. As soon as I type in float, you'll see the float available here. We also have short float. In other words, out of the float, how many shares are currently being held short, right? We can also use this metric to find out how many shares are currently short in any particular stock out there as well. And just like I found float, this is the best way to find any of the filters that we have. All right, so what we're going to do here is we're going to sketch out a real basic filter set. We're going to get rid of the large cap, and we're going to go back to something a little bit more traditional like volume. And we'll just say these guys have to do over a 3-month average, 350,000 shares a day. Does every app have it available? You mean applications outside of Trade Ideas? Loss? If so, Float is one of the more popular ways people like to filter out there. So there are a lot of other places out there where you can find that float data, if that's what you mean. Right. Okay. Yeah. Lots of other places out there report float data as well. All right, so we're going to leave the price cap at 2. Well, I'll tell you what, we're going to shrink it down. We'll just cap it out at 100 here. We're going to get rid of this relative volume. You might notice I've got these settings up here, my earnings per share filter. This is basically just a workaround to weed out ETFs and iShares because they don't report earnings. So we're going to leave that in place. We're going to get rid of this volume multiplier on the 1 minute. Leave this kind of as basic as we can to see if we might be able to come up with something that looks interesting here. All right, I've got my alert in place. VWAP, just in case anybody is wondering what VWAP stands for, volume weighted average price. In other words, it is the average price at which most of the shares have changed hands for the day. All right. So a lot of the times, if we get a 3% divergence to the up or the downside, a lot of the times it's like stretching that rubber band out to the top or the bottom. We're hoping for a snapback. Okay. So when we're looking at a VWAP divergence of 3%, we're typically looking to short that stock in hopes that it snaps back. So I've got a very simple configuration in here. For example, DO. All right. Volume weighted average price, it's well above it right now. Hey, offshore drilling, no big surprise. Are we getting another lift overall? Nope. But DO is sure kicking it. You know, this one would have punished you. Let's say you tried to play the range break on this one. It looked beautiful. Okay. And typically, you know, just eyeballing this, I would have been like, this thing's kicking. The oil sector's kicking. I'm going to use right down here as my stop area. It would have got you. Only to have it come back here, turn and burn, and make a massive move. But that's the nature of the beast. Everything doesn't work all the time. But the bottom line is you would have had pretty low risk here. And of course, sometimes second mouse gets the cheese here. When it came back up here and popped these levels, that was the actual move after the little fake out here. So a little distracting there, but let's just do this. We're going to run the back test. And we're just going to say, okay, let's let 15 minutes pass. We'll keep this wide open. Don't really know where to start here as far as a timed hold goes. So let's just kind of set it up for 90 minutes, see what happens. Give the position a little time to do what it's supposed to. Give me 1 second here. Got a button that's not wanting to cooperate with me. There we go. All right, risk management. I'll tell you what, we're not even going to put anything in play here. We're just going to see what might be out there. And if it looks juicy, then we'll come back and try to, put some risk parameters in here. We're going to back test 40 trading days, which is right about the 2-month period. And we're just going to see what happens here if we short these things. Okay, as I assumed, we maxed out the backtest results, 4,000 trades over a 40-day period. Interesting that we have a high winning percentage here. We have a high winning percentage, but we definitely don't have anything that we would want to put in the game because we've got an average winner of 30 cents. We've got an average loser of 44 cents. I'm going to take a peek at the daily here. It looks like it might have some promise, but the big question is, can we minimize these down days while at the same time preserving what we see up here across the top? Just going to take a peek at the calendar here. Yep, nice little mix of red and green in the prior month. So if we wanted to see what was out there, if we might be able to improve the strategy, we'd come over here to the optimization tab and we'd examine price, time of day, and a symbol. Now, these are basic ways to optimize. We're looking at price interval right here in increments of 10, but if we chop this up into groups of 5, nothing really stands out. We've got a mix of losing and winning price increments, so nothing jumps out there. Time of day, a lot of the times, a certain time of day is more productive than others. Okay. Now, it's very interesting to see here, as soon as the strategy engages at 15 minutes after the open, we get a nice swath of green, and then as the day progresses, it looks like everything kind of, well, we get a nice red period about an hour into the market, and that lasts for a good while before we pick back up again. However, look at the trade count in this area down here. At 11:20, we're getting 4 trades, so we're not getting a whole lot of trades here, but that's not to say this might not be a good place to look. But if I wanted to keep a decent trade count, I would probably try and focus on this time interval right here and get a little bit further away from the open, what really sticks out here is this area of high percentage wins. Okay, so right off the bat, what I'm going to do is I'm going to change the time at which this strategy accepts trades. We're going to say 8:55 and stop at 9:19. And just see what that yields. Yes, Kyle was saying you should use trade ideas if you aren't because it pays for itself. And as Steve just said, Kyle speaks the truth. That's why people use trade ideas. If people weren't benefiting from a product, probably wouldn't be using it now, would they? All right, so look how things have flip-flopped now. We still got a lot of trades coming through here. So our winning percentage has dropped off significantly. But look, we now have something interesting occurring. Our average winner is bigger than our average loser through just one simple optimization by time of day. Okay? Now, interesting. Okay, let's do this. Well, I think that's I'm not gonna delve on that right now. What we're gonna do is we're gonna come over here to other filters, and we're gonna go to some of my favorite go-tos, like 15-minute RSI. Okay, we're looking at intervals of 10. I tell you what, let's just chop that down into a smaller time frame here. Okay, interesting. When 15-minute RSI, I tell you what, high here, really low here, cruddy here. But this area right here looks pretty good. Once we get out of that area, things turn red. So what we're going to do is we're going to add my RSI filter. And we've made it easy for you to do that from within this tab. I just have to right click and I go, I want to set min value to that. It's going to put the value in there for me. So all I have to do is click OK. And then we're going to cap it out at $29.99. And we'll see if this shows us anything interesting. Oof. No, it did not. It did not. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Sometimes you think something's going to make a great change, and unless I just butchered those settings, nope. Well, welcome to backtesting. You think something's going to make a good difference? It ends up not doing that. So we're going to remove that guy. We're going to go back to the drawing board here. All right. So when something fails, we just go try a different one. Like I said, that's typically one of my go-tos, but that doesn't necessarily mean that there's not something else out here that might make a huge difference. A lot of the times it's correlated to market activity, but not all the time. So what if we go to S&P change for the day? S&P change for the day, looking at intervals of 2%. And we've got a nice little green area here, but right in the smack dab in the middle of it, we've got a huge trade count, which is non-productive, so we could say. I tell you what, let's just go check out the VWAP filter and see if that's dollar. Let's go to, the intraday version of the S&P change. Interesting. We got a nice little green area right in the middle here. And then later in the day, we've got an interesting trade count here as well, which could be green. So, this is what you have to do is explore. Okay, if we carve out this area, set that to the min. Set my max here. Would this help or hurt? Make sure those changes stuck. give it another pull here. Might have helped a smidge. And once again, we've got a high winning percentage now. Now our spread has kind of went wonky again. Okay. Now, also, sometimes we just have to play the game. Notice if I put my mouse wheel up here and I just kind of scroll through any filters, kind of like a weird version of Tetris where we're looking for the green and trying to nix the red. 15-minute RSI. See, we've already been down this rabbit hole. It looks decent. But I tell you what, the settings weren't near that high, I don't think. We're going to try this again. Of course, we might get the same, but yeah, still the same. We got rid of a lot of trades. We're just not doing much good here. All right, so you know what? I might have polluted things too bad. So a lot of the times, and here's a good little exercise to go through. We're going to raise that limit a little bit there. We're going to leave that in place. We're going to run this alert. Oh no, I just hit the wrong button. Sometimes we just have to start with a pretty naked filter setup and see what we get. Now we're going to stretch this way back out again. Damien's asking when auto trade, when I'm auto trading, do I use a filter as a stop loss? It depends on the strategy there, Damien. That functionality is certainly available, but it really just depends on, in the end, what the backtest shows you as to that filter being used as a stop loss. But yes, it is possible to use that in Brokerage Plus. All right, looks like the odds maker is taking its sweet time here. But the reason I'm doing what I'm doing right now, I'm just going straight up VWAP divergence of 3% with no volume filter in there at all, because that's going to help us ascertain, well, this action that's occurring, is it all in the really low volume stocks with big spreads? Or is it feasible to take it up and find more liquid stocks? Come on, hamster, you can do it. Okay. Big winning percentage, maxed out on trades again. Looks pretty good up here, but now on to the juicy part. And we'll find our average daily volumes. And I guess we'll just pick the big boy here. Okay. All right. So this is a good litmus test. Now we're looking at way too big of increments here. Okay. So once again, check it out. A lot of the trades are coming from stocks that do 0 to 100,000 shares a day. Okay. But these all look pretty good. So, you know, I really hate to go lower than 300,000 on any given day or on any given strategy that shows promise, because if we did delve down into these guys, you're going to get spreads that are, well, non-conducive, so to speak, because something with a quarter spread, half-point spread, you know, you can't just jump in there and take that offer because that's a huge spread and you have to overcome it. So what we're going to do, I tell you what, we'll kind of skirt the difference here. And we'll just say 200,000 on the minimum. And it looks like it degrades a lot when we get into the higher volume stocks here. So let's just keep this little spread right here. They do 200,000, but they don't do more than 600,000. Maybe this would be a good way to kind of carve it up here. Now, I'm going to go ahead and see if I can find anything else before we make the change here. I'm going to go back to my 15-minute RSI. We'll see if anything stands out. All right, big swath of red up here. And we get pretty green after these levels here. So I tell you what, no point in maxing it out. We'll just say we want to have a minimum of 35. Okay. Drum roll, please. Okay. Same old song and dance. And look, we really didn't even reduce the trade count that much, but there still might be hope here. So we're going to go back to optimization. Looks like price is holding up pretty good. Nothing really stands out. I mean, we could get rid of these guys. We really wouldn't drop that many trades, so to speak. Let's chop it down a little bit more. Really good winning percentages through this level here. We could drop some trades. Let's go ahead. I tell you what, maybe this is, maybe this is a good thing to do. We're just going to go ahead and cap it. $39.99. Now check it out right here. Sean's probably looking at this and going, 0 to 4.99, a huge amount of trades. 15. Okay. Interesting. I tell you what, we're going to set max price of 5 so we can drop all those sub 5 trades. Give it another kick here. All right, we're slowly closing the distance between average winner and loser here. But I tell you what, now might be a good time to actually add a little risk management and see if that impacts us. Oops. Do that one more time here. Kill the wrong window. And Dante's asking, can you demonstrate how to delete a trend line? It's not working when I follow all the steps support told me. All right, so let me put this on hold for a second here. Now, you're talking about a study that you've added to your chart, I'm assuming, right? Because these lines that we can install here, if I want to get rid of this guy, all I have to do is hover over it and hit delete, okay? But if you want to get rid of a study, so for example, if I right click on my chart and I come down here to indicators or modify my indicators that I currently have, if you wanted to get rid of one of these studies, okay, if I wanted to get rid of the 20 period, I would hit remove indicator and click OK. And then you'll notice that that indicator has now been removed from the chart. So let me know if that makes sense to you, Dante. Okay, now about adding a little bit of risk management here. Let's say I come in here and I cap the stop loss at a percentage value. And I say let's risk 1.5% on each trade. Will that help? And from a percentage winning standpoint, it does not appear to help. But maybe we'll get some spread between winner and loser. You never know. Okay. So just as I thought, typically when we see a lower percentage, we're going to see a spread between winner and loser. All right. Now I'd like for this to be a little bit better here, but at least with some risk parameters in place, we've cleaned this up significantly here. We've still got losing days to contend with, but as we pair our losses, we have built in a spread up here. So now there might be some additional meat left on the bone because we've got over 3,000 trades to contend with here. Go back to optimization, put ourselves through the same paces here. Nothing really sticking out on time of day, other filters, and this is where we would typically spend most of our time here. Once again, maybe now since we've got a spread between winner and loser, maybe we do notice some correlations between what the S&P is doing. Doesn't really jump out at me there. Maybe intraday, not really anything jumping out there on the 5-minute. We could shed a few trades on the 30-minute and the 15-minute by getting rid of these non-productive areas here. Still not looking too good here. But hey, if we can drop 300-400 trades, why not? So we would just continue this process until we finally cobbled something together that looked like it might give us an edge. And keep in mind, this back testing, sometimes we find something right off the bat, sometimes it takes us a long time, sometimes we find nothing. But I would like to refresh everybody's memory. That's what led us to develop the AI, because it's doing the same thing that I'm showing you guys here, except it's doing it faster than any of us could ever hope to on the overnight sessions, and doing millions of scenarios for each and every strategy, trying to optimize them, and only the ones that look the juiciest make the cut for the next session. Therein lies the value of the AI. Okay, Dante, so anytime I type a symbol in here, it's going to bring up the change symbol box. Now, if we're talking about the vertical line or the horizontal lines that we can add like this, add a horizontal line. I want to get rid of it. I hover over it. I hit delete on my keyboard. Okay. Boom, it's gone. So that should work for you if you're talking about the horizontal lines, whereas on the charts, if I want to remove studies, I would have to remove indicator by checking the box and clicking OK. Now, are you referring to the horizontal lines or the actual chart studies? Yeah, and you might have control or an alternate function. Sometimes I accidentally hit those keys and it changes the function of the delete key. So you might want to check that. Yeah, and Mike C., thanks for reminding me. I didn't even realize we were past the hour here. Time's kind of slipped away. That's what happens when you get into backtesting. So once again here, we improved a little bit and we were maintaining that spread there, but we've got a long ways to go. So hopefully this gave you guys a little peek into backtesting and optimization. Don't see any questions coming through, so I guess let me see if Barry's ready to take the helm here. I'll just tell Barry I'm ready when he is, and thanks for everybody for attending. Hope you got a little bit out of that. All right. We'll see you guys next time. Bye-bye.
All right, guys, I think I'm back in the YouTube feed, okay? So you had Jamie. I'm sure he did a great job for you guys in the YouTube feed. So I'm back on the YouTube feed now. Now I'll be taking off in about 10 minutes. I have to do a great video today. Yeah. See, guys, I mean, I had to keep it. I hope you understand what I'm talking about. If you're going to do some simulated trading and you want to do a short, you should check with your broker. Make sure you can actually short it, even in the simulator. All right. So, it would have been awesome for me to have kept that 262 short of CYDY. Gets all the way down to, 227. That's a tremendous percentage move. But when I did a quick look, I found it was not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. So that's why I got out of it. Meanwhile, again, the sum 1344 down to 1322 now. I'm not going to take a trade right now because I am going to be doing my video in about 5 to 10 minutes. So some of these things are too whippy or could be too whippy. So I don't want to be in a trade while I'm trying to do my video. Yeah, before I go, Dante, I don't know if you're still in the trading in the YouTube feed, but I see you're having a problem deleting lines and stuff. Are you still there? I'm sure Jamie must have demonstrated, but it seems like you're still having a problem. So if you're still there, answer me in the YouTube feed, and I'll show you on the screen how it's supposed to work. And if it's not working for you, then there is something wrong. Here's another one that should be shorted. I'm too late probably. BMRA has had the big pop pre-market. Doing something with Mount Sinai. Okay, Dante, I don't see you. You didn't answer me in the YouTube room, so I'm assuming that you're not in the YouTube room anymore. Well, guys, I don't know what this is. Depository credit intermediation. But this is what a move. USIO. Never heard of this one before. All right, guys, I'm going to do my video now. So I'm going to put the announcement in. And today is a sales meeting, the marketing meeting at 2 o'clock. Don't let me forget it this time. I forgot about it last on Tuesday. So that's up to you guys to let me know at 2 o'clock. I got to get out of here. Okay, guys, I'm going to put myself on mute. All right. So I'm back now, guys. Thank you, AJ. Yes, I have a marketing meeting at 2. I cannot forget that. To answer your question, the alerts up and down. Okay, first of all, when you look at this, remember how this is how I like to see them. All right, this is the first time the alert happened. Doesn't mean that some stopped. I mean, you see some over and over again now. Excuse me, in the repeating version. Okay, so the last alert, the last true alert was at 12:54. However, yesterday, as I noticed, T-Bio was, I think, came in around 1:45 as a short. But I would say the most of them are probably in the morning. Yes. Okay, so that's answering you. YouTube user, that is answering you. All right. But this is the repeating version. Again, all this is showing me is the very first time the alert happened and the price. So now I can go back and say, okay, what happened from there? This is why I begrudgingly put this in the watch list. When I was doing my watch list last night, I was thinking, okay, do I really want this in the watch list? And I decided, okay, just what if it pops through 20 and starts really taking a charge up to that 25 level? So that's why I kept it in. But I found it difficult yesterday to trade, and look how terrible it is on the 15-minute chart. So this is not going to be on the watch list tomorrow. It's that simple. As an example. Meanwhile, yeah, the market is starting to drift down now. We're still positive, a little bit positive. Let's see what IO is doing. Okay, so IO really struggled to get through 3. Wow, what a look at that V. Wow, what a day for ZM. Again, if you don't know the news, basically the CEO is pretty blunt. We weren't prepared for such a usage surge, and I think they had some, I don't want to call it hacking, but they had some issues. And so it got hammered all the way down to $1.13, $113. And then what a recovery, a $20 recovery, and now on the way down again. This doesn't look good for Amarin. AMRN, I know the CEO came out and said, I don't know if he's sort of thinking out loud, maybe we should sell ourselves or something to that effect. Look at all these topping tails, though, for Amarin, AMRN. Very choppy, though, hard to trade. In my opinion. Getting a bit of a chart lag. I don't know if you guys are getting the same thing. I think I might have to just do a reset just to see if that's going to help. What is a good oil stock? I can't make any recommend. I mean, listen, the oil plays right now are highly sentimental, okay, emotional. will this so-called accord between Russia and the Saudis in the U.S. is it really going to hold? I mean so I mean if it doesn't hold, I mean all bets are off. If it holds and oil keeps rising, well then there'll be plenty of interesting ones, but right now it's too emotional in my opinion to figure out what is a good one or a bad one. This finally broke. Remember, I was bemoaning the fact that this apogee was sitting around 20 for the longest time. I was watching it all around this area here, and then I guess I went on my break, and then I did the video, and now it is starting to move down. This is an earnings play, APOG. Obviously has room. I mean, down to the low of that yesterday's candle is around 17. But I can't chase it now. This is one that I took an early short on, and I, basically got out flat. Still just barely positive. I mean, I like this one. I like this one as a short. 1463. That was the low yesterday. This is from the AI under 20. Which is under development. The segment that is under development. So this BLX I looked at for a long time also. 846 on the short, now $8. I looked at it for a long time. Just didn't really move. Now, what a bounce for CYDI. I mean, some of these, I mean, look at that move. Got all the way down to $1.98, and the next candle, it got all the way back up to 3. Are you kidding me? I don't know if I can believe that. Is it co-listed? Is it co-listed, New F? Most people in this room are probably U.S., so they won't be trading Canadian exchange stocks. But is it co-listed? Probably not. Or otherwise, you would have mentioned it. I do remember Kodak when it became all of a sudden Kodak became a darling of the Bitcoin players. Yeah, some volume coming in. Yeah, remember these months way back here? This stock got all the way up to 17 or so, maybe even higher. Yeah, look at this. Well, that's in 2014. So right here, this is when it got all crazy. All of a sudden became a Bitcoin player. Good point, real, yeah. Now that could also be people just really reluctant to make multi getting by with less. But yeah, that's a good point though about the hoarding. Yeah, Sarah. So I can give that to you, and then you can modify it. Okay. Let me just bring it, file it, or find it. Okay. Whole number unpinned. Make sure that's the case. Okay, so I'll modify it for you if you want, but I mean, this is all you have to do. So you see where it says where the decimal is between 0.95 and 1.05. So are you wanting it to be 80 cents, 0.08, and the dollar? Okay, so I'll just modify it for you. So 0.08 and then 1. Okay, so the decimal is between 80 cents and 1, no matter what whole number. That's what you want? Okay. There you go. I haven't used this one for a while, actually. So if you're wondering what this one does, it basically looks at stocks that are very close to the whole number. Well, it'll be between it could be 80, 81, 82, 83, all the way up to 99. Actually, all the way up to $1. So, yeah, it would show you the stocks from 580 to 6 as an example, or from 1080 to 11 as an example. Well, guys, I'm just kind of cruising into the close now. I know I still have a little over an hour to go. At 2 o'clock, I will be in that market meeting. I don't know how long it'll be. Might be 20 minutes, half an hour. Then I come back, and then we'll wind it up. I'll shut down at 3 o'clock. But I'm interested to see if we do get a late one, like yesterday. The T-Bio was awesome. Little one to short, but man, how could that happen? Had an awesome move from 941 down to 826, over $1 move. And it was picked up in the watch list to short on the way down. No problem. So let's just take a look at the sector. So everything is up except for airlines, jets. There's the airline ETF. Home builders. Remember, I saw Goldman Sachs had 3 of them on downgrades this morning. There was LAN, TOL, and one other. I can't remember the other one. Retail, XRT down. And everything else, and consumer discretionary. So these are the 3 negative sectors today of the ones that I follow. Dunkin' Donuts. There's not Dunkin' Donuts anymore. Is it just Dunkin' Inc.? Dunkin' Brands. Okay. Nice reel. I'm sure you probably alerted on a break around here, right? Or maybe not if it's only down $1, but that's yeah, nice. Maybe here. Almost a green bar ignored. Oh yeah. I've been trying all day, the Dreamer, but I'll take your cue. So, guys, if you're a new trader and you want to concentrate just on a few stocks every single day, I've created this watch list up and down. Basically, today actually it's interesting. It's had a spectacular result today on very few in each. I mean, usually I might get 10 in each, or 10 in one and 5 in the other over the course of the day. But if you want to follow along every single day, just click on New, Channel Bar, and then My Windows, okay? And that's a layout. Make sure you save your layout to the cloud before you do it, because you can only have one layout loaded at a time. Now, if you'd like to take out a subscription, and you can have this is all part of the standard service. And this is a subscription link. So you don't have to do anything. All you have to do is load the channel and, follow along. And there's a subscription link right there. Barry for Alpha, all in capital letters for the numeric 4 course. 15% savings off the first month or the entire year. This is how much Trade Ideas costs. You can always just start. You're a new trader. I mean, we wouldn't expect you to take a premium annual plan. Okay, you can always just start off with a standard monthly. See how you like it. 118 less the 15%. Or the premium, 228 less the 15%. But if you're a new trader, you don't have to even go premium. You can always just start off. And then if you want to get interested in our AI or in auto trading, say your alert windows, then you could upgrade to a premium service. And also, again, if you're new, and part of the standard service is the simulator. So you can practice trading. We have this window called Brokerage Plus. You just load it, check the trading simulator. This is all this is. This is a bunch of trades in the simulator that we're taking all day. Most of them were on what we call auto trading. It took these trades automatically. I set it up. There's a way in which you can set it up, but you don't have to. You can just, if you think, like I want to trade Dunkin' Donuts or Dunkin' Inc. or Dunkin' Brands, whatever they call themselves, Dunkin' Brands. Then you just you click on the alert. It'll show up here. You pick how many shares you want to trade, the price you want to get in at. Okay, the price you want to get in at, and then are you selling if you're going to short, and if you're going to go long, you buy. And then you just, you can manage your trades. It's a great, great, great way to practice trading. And it's all based on our real-time data. It has no bearing on what brokerage account you have. It's all based on our real-time data and real-time situations. I say that because, without getting too involved, notice here, again, I told you that guys before, should never allow a $50 profit turn into a $125 loss. But I have maximized, or I've tried to maximize my losses in each trade to $100. Notice it was $125. And that's because, I'm going to see what happened here. That would have been because, I guess on that candle right there, it went down so quickly, right through the stock price, right through the price, and it did eventually take out all the shares, but it could not obviously get out of all the shares at where the stop was, just like what would have happened in a real world situation. So it doesn't happen often that it's going to be that dramatic, but it can happen. So this is real world what's happening here. Again, there was the alert. Remember, this is auto trading as fast as you can do it. The symbol shows up and it's going to automatically trade it. But look what there was the alert for Suncor at 1731, but it took the trade at 1735. That's because I have what's called a 10-cent offset, and I'll take the trade 10 cents outside, outside of the actual alert price. I'll go that far above it. Because again, sometimes the stocks are moving fairly quickly. If you don't do that, then you may not get any fills. I'm not saying you have to go 10 cents, but again, real world, 1731. So that's where the computer tried to get it, couldn't get it there, got it at 1735. That's real world, So some people say, yeah, but your simulator doesn't. It's not real world. You could never get a fill there, et cetera, et cetera. Well. This is where it would have happened. And it actually calculates a commission also. I think it uses IB's commission rates, Interactive Brokers commission rates. All clear now in terms of the problem solved with the room? Are you talking about earlier today? Or are you talking in general? If you're talking about the clearness, you still have to have your hardware accelerator disabled. But if you're talking about what happened earlier today, that was our website went down. So when the website went down, I got booted out of the trading room. Welcome, Jasper. I think I saw you before. Or maybe I didn't. If I didn't see you before, welcome. All right, guys, you're not going to fool me this time. 1:58, so I'm going to get the announcement in first. I'll be in the marketing meeting. It starts at 2 o'clock. So I'm not on mute quite yet, but I will be. No, there's APT. So APT just showed up. You know what I'm going to do though? I'm going to disable the auto because I'll be in the meeting. I won't be able to really pay that much attention. I'm going to disable the auto trading. And I'm going to get rid of that one. Look how many shares it took. 58 shares. Why? Because the stop was so wide. Because it's such a whippy, can be such a whippy trade. So why 58 shares? Because if you took the entry price and the stop is not here anymore, but it was a very, very wide stop. So if I took the difference between the entry and the stop and multiplied by 58, I would get approximately $100. That is what I'm risking per trade in the simulator. But it is working. 1762, 1776. It is starting to work well. But it is a very, very whippy one. 11 million in the float. Let's see what the spread is. 1152, 1156. So whew, I'm exhausted. What a day it's been. Just waiting for the meeting to start. Say, when it starts, I'll be able to answer you guys text-wise if I can. I just will have to put myself on mute, though, of course. All right, call has started, guys, so I'm just going to put myself on mute now. All right, guys, I'm back from the meeting, and you probably guessed that I'm back in that KTB. And I traded some of it out. I was waiting to see if it get back down underneath 15. That's why I keep putting these price alerts on. But turned out to be a pretty nice trade. Again, that's coming from the. I had to talk about whether or not this is going to be added to the AI segments anytime soon. Probably not anytime soon. There still has to be some work done on it. I mean, I love it because I just look at the top ones, but for it to be added, this number here, these percentages. I mean, today it's awesome, but it has to be consistent. So, I don't look at it the same way. I look at it more like an overall watch list, but that's not the idea. It's just like really, you couldn't take my watch list and create an AI segment out of it because it may not test well. But I don't really care because it's giving us good ideas, So anyway, look at Norwegian Cruise Lines, NCLH just took another header down. Wow. Of course, the market is now really starting. Well, shouldn't say really starting to give it up, but remember now we were I don't know how far up we were. We're up maybe 300 points on the Dow at one point. So I'm just looking to see if there are any late ones breaking in here, like yesterday, like the T-Bio or something. I'm definitely interested more on the short side. So NCLH, let's see, 906. We're down to 837 now. Was 500 the high? Thank you. Okay. Yeah, Tesla. Wow. Well, I mean, I could say that about a lot of stocks, of course, but Tesla. So what did it get down to? It got down to, wow, 345 a couple of weeks ago or so, 348 a couple of weeks ago. Pop back. Yeah, so far it's been saved. So far. All right, guys. Now, I actually do have a phone call to make at 3 o'clock, so I will be shutting the room down just a tad before. So if you have any questions for me, please fire away now. Yeah. Oh, whoosh on the way down. Thank you, Real. I'll take that under advisement. Let's see. No. Yeah, this is. I find this has been a maybe back here it was a I don't know I want to say easier trader, but I have found that this one a lot like the mRNA all over the place. Now I don't want to link it with mRNA. mRNA is what I call way more of a legit company, but well, let's see what SU is doing. Let's see if oil is running a little bit. CNQ. I don't see any of the oil plays from here are running really. I mean, it's an amazing, you know, you had to take advantage of it, basically almost at the alert. Most of these plays, is only half an hour. This was a half an hour play for this oil run. All right, so HU Austin, are you you're watching me? You can see the screen. I'll show you how to do that. Just want to make sure. Just say yes that you can hear me, and you're going to watch. Okay. So left click on the chart. Okay, that's just to make it the active chart. Okay, so left click on the chart. Press the control key down on your keyboard. Keep it pressed down. And then with the scroll wheel on your mouse, just scroll in and out. So the control key press down on your keyboard, and then with your scroll wheel in and out. Okay? Okay? Did you understand that? Okay, great. Well, I see our little swing trading tab is not as active as it used to be. Very hard right now. Very hard. I can't imagine trying to swing anything. Ooh, that was a great consolidation too. Great consolidation for CarMax, KMX. Well done, real. Just waiting on this KTB to see if it can take one more gap down here. Again, this is from the AI less than 20. So let's take a peek at what it has done. So there's the BLX. These are all shorts. Interesting. 846, 786, 1588, 1528. The Amarin 534, 513. So as we speak, every one of them is from the entry price, except for these two at the bottom here, where you can tell, are on the positive side. Any hope? I don't know. Let's see. I don't even BMRA. Well, there's hope. Obviously, there's hope, but it doesn't look like today. It sounds like you're in the trade, but unfortunately, Kimberly, it sounds like you don't have a stop, or if you do have a stop, it's getting close. But it's been all over the place. I know it had the news this morning about some kind of collaboration with Mount Sinai. Just give me a moment here. Okay, guys, I've lost my the sound of my headset, so just give me a second here. There we go. Okay. Yeah, I missed this one. CCL, just key it in. I mean, it would have been quick. 790. I mean, not great. I mean, I'd like to see it fall a lot further than that, but yeah, not terrible. The NCLH though, wow. I mean, 906 down to 829. I'll be honest with you guys. If I weren't doing this, all I would be doing is following this and some of the AIs, and that's it. I wouldn't have anything else going on. The only reason I have other things going on is because, eventually, these alerts, I'm not getting alerts all day long. So I try to keep things interesting in the room, drawing attention to some other, other things that might be interesting. But, if I were not doing this, I would probably just watch my watch list all day long, and that's it. Why didn't it show up on the APT? I'm sure I can answer that in one quick. Yeah. So remember now, the only way it shows up on the downside, only way, any stock, it has to be below yesterday's low. So look at APT. Right? So that's the reason. That's one of the filters here. Everything you see here, so that's why it appeared here. That's, because it briefly it took out yesterday's high. Yeah, well, it ain't gonna go away anytime soon, Poe. Of course, that's what we all wish, but it's not gonna go away anytime soon. Yeah, so now we're starting to get a little more positive now. Love this, like just from a psychological point of view. Be nice for the market to close positive. That's all. It's just psychological more than anything, for me anyway. It's just tough waking up and getting battered and bruised every day. Well, actually, you know what? That's wrong because it hasn't been like that exactly. I mean, if you start to, look at these days. These were great days. Now yesterday, no, not so good, but I mean, we had some great days here. The problem is, we started, it seems crazy. It's just a little over a month ago that we were way up here. Yeah, go for it, the Dreamer. I'll be hopping on something. Might even go for a bike ride. Yeah, if you're trying to swing trade, yeah, I just can't imagine trying it. I don't know what I would do. Every time you think, okay, I'll get into the cruisers, looks like maybe they hit a bottom. Nope. I agree, Gus. Oh, even a large cap Poe. But, I'm sure they're listen, I do remember back in 2008 9, And then looking back a year or two after that, and I'm seeing some of the prices that stocks were at, it was insane. Worse than now, way worse than now. I mean, stocks that were down to $1, and then you look 2 years later and they're back up to $30. I remember Carr and Hertz being almost penny stocks, and then at one point they got back up to about one of them got back up to $50. I mean, so I guarantee that's going to happen. I just don't know when. I mean, my friend Locutus, if he's in the room, I remember Sirius was at 6 cents. Now, the reason Sirius has got up to this level, I guess, way back. Yeah, but I remember when this one was a 6 cent stock. The problem with Sirius is it's got 4.3 billion in the float. So that's why, it would not rip up to 100 or anything like that. But if I look back here, I can actually get back here. Yes, I think it was 6 cents or something. I can't go quite back enough, but I think Sirius was a 6 cent stock. And there's Real, just slugging it out to the end. Every day. The man never sleeps. Ah, my miss here. I cannot believe it. It seemed like forever for this thing to break 20. It just looked like it could be so juicy if it broke 20, and it did break 20, and now look at it. This is the APOG. It's an earnings play. I don't know if you're kidding, Kang, or not. Not for me. Not for me. How could I say, okay, I think this is it? Yeah, you guys, unless you're going to tell me you can't short in your account or something to that effect, you gotta be able to short in this market. And I don't want to hear. I'm not talking about you specifically, Kang, but I don't want to hear. Oh, I've heard shorting is so risky, etc., etc. If you intraday trade, look long. Look, how would you have liked to have been LK, an LK long shareholder? Sitting, all right, when the virus, when it finally goes away, we'll be back up to $40, etc. Well, I'm not saying you should have shorted LK. I'm just saying, I'm talking about on the long side, people holding something like this long, how would they have felt? I mean, people keep saying, oh, shorting is so risky. Holding this one right there, I mean, nobody knew the risk in this. To be honest, Rob, I hadn't heard that before. I must have missed that. I had not heard that before. Well, then, guys, I mean, if you're serious that your broker never has any shares to short, it's hindsight now, but you need a broker that has shares to short. I mean, IB doesn't have every stock in creation to short. I get that, but boy, I mean, they've certainly got a lot of shorts. Who's your broker? TD in Canada or or TDA? Ameritrade, and they really, I'm surprised. They're a big company. I would have thought that they would have plenty of shorts, but oh well. I don't know what to say. Boy, look at this. Again, we're getting so used to 150 point swings now. So there is another one. Looks like this is going to go negative, unfortunately. You know, I had Questrade, and I agree with that. Yeah, I could hardly get shorts. In fact, it was funny because IPOs, and even an IPO that seemed to be out 3 or 4 or 5 months, could never get shorts with Questrade. The only reason I wasn't an IB a lot earlier was because our linking with IB was atrocious. It was terrible. But once we decided that IB was going to be the sort of the platform that we would use with Brokerage Plus, and the linking, I don't know what we did on our end, but we made sure we could link. That was it for me. I switched to IB in a heartbeat. Well, I would recommend IB. I mean, IB is international. I mean, I use Interactive Broker Canada. I would absolutely recommend IB. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you won't know the difference. I mean, you know, they're international. They're in so many different countries around the world. Okay, guys, we're getting close. I'm probably going to shut down just a little bit before 3, so I can make this phone call. So, if you have any questions, please ask them now. We're going to do this all again tomorrow, starting at 9 o'clock Eastern. You too, Thomas. I'm just hanging on to this KTB short. Just wanted to see if it can maybe take out 15. Yeah, so Sean, this is what you do. I think I have it here. Probably don't have it here because it's not necessary because, of course, I control what goes in, but probably here. So it's the earnings per share, EPS. Oops. So it's the EPS, and just put, 0.001 and minus 0.001 in the max, 0.001 in the min, minus 0.001 in the max. You do that, then you won't have any ETFs. Just a little trick. Do I have any hotels on my list? On what list are you talking about? Are you talking about the watch list? Um, I'm just trying to see some of the ones that didn't trigger today. I don't think so. It's not because the watch list is just all chart based. I mean, it's not industry. I'm not looking at a specific sector. I'm just going and I'll take my watch list that I have. These are the ones that triggered from it, but there are a lot more in the watch list. And I'll go through them all again. And then I have some scans that I look at after hours. So, just to sum up, the watch list for tomorrow will be made up of some of these stocks, if they still look good in terms of room on a monthly, daily, and weekly chart. And then I'll go through all the symbols on the current watch list, even the ones that did not trigger. And again, I'll see whether or not I think some of them could be carried forward tomorrow. And then I have some scans that I look at in which new stocks will be added. Now, so you ask, I don't see a hotel. No, I don't see a hotel. But no, I don't obviously I don't control. I'm not looking at specific sectors or industries or anything like that. It's just a scan, and if one happened to be a hotel, it'd be on the list. That's all. If that makes sense? I have a price range too. I have a price range also that I don't think I have too many over $30. I'm just looking right there. I don't think I have not too many even over $20. I'm just looking at the watch list now. I don't have too many over $20. Just a minute, please. All right, guys, sorry about that. So I'll tell you what, I think I'm going to wrap it up right now. It's 2:55, okay? So what a day, guys. No idea what tomorrow's going to bring. I can imagine it's going to be as exciting, but you never know. So and I can't take any questions right now, so I'm going to have to shut it down. So have a great evening, everybody, and I'll open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern. So I hope to see you then. Bye-bye.